Good morning. The Buffalo Bills are back on the practice field today after an off day yesterday. It's unknown as of now if James Cook will practice with the team today after sitting out the last two practices. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Around the NFL, LA Rams running back Kyren Williams signs a 3-year contract extension with the team yesterday. The deal is worth up to $33 million with $23 million guaranteed at signing. He has 31 touchdowns for the Rams since 2023 and is behind only Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley in rushing yards over the last 2 seasons as well. Following Micah Parsons' trade request on Friday, Jerry Jones said yesterday that the Cowboys front office has yet to contact Parsons' agent and begin any sort of negotiations. He also said he hasn't talked to even Parsons himself. Jones was asked if he's confident Parsons will play in the team's season opener, to which he replied, quote, "No, absolutely not. A big part of that is his decision. How would I know that?" Wide receiver Keenan Allen is headed back to the LA Chargers after 1 season away from the team. Allen signed a 1-year, $8.5 million deal with the team yesterday, according to NFL Network's Tom Pelissero. Allen played his first 11 seasons with the Chargers and played last year with the Chicago Bears. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hello and good morning, everyone. Jeremy and Joe. Happy, is it Wednesday? Yeah, it's Wednesday, right? Happy Hump Day. It is Hump Day. And we are live at St. John Fisher once again for another day of practice here at St. John Fisher.
2 to go here.
2 to go. Today, tomorrow, and then they are back in Buffalo, and the preseason begins with the Chicago Bears. Today, the next installment in the James Cook What Happens? Also, let's call it your Hard Knocks postgame show, right?
Yes.
Hard Knocks postgame show. Which, the most controversial imagine me coming on saying something like, it wasn't good. React. Call. Is there a person
Puff piece.
Right. That might be true.
I think, though, it could be that and also good at the same time.
Yes.
There are good and bad puff pieces.
That's right. And I also feel like, the introduction to the team, because while we know the Bills, it is a show that is, national, international.
Yeah.
And if you're a football fan and you don't know Josh Allen, you don't know Trey White, you get an opportunity to meet the Bills a little bit. Sean McDermott, Bobby Babich, Joe Brady. Is it wrong to say it was just great seeing coordinators swear?
That was pretty good. Yeah.
That's how you know that they are feeling comfortable in a room.
Uh-huh.
Not that it's good to do that, but if someone is talking about something good, something bad about it on film, and they drop a word, they're not allowed to all right, I feel like that's a level of, that's a look you don't get.
This is a genuine meeting.
Yeah.
When you get that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To some degree.
You got that out of McDermott, or not out of McDermott, out of Babich and Brady
Both
yesterday.
of them, yep.
Yeah.
I thought it was great. You and I were both at the premiere. There's an event at North Park Theater on Hurdle Avenue where they had some of the directors and people to just show you exactly how it all worked and whatever. It was. I thought it was great. I loved it.
It was. Was it? I asked this on Twitter right after. Was it as funny as I thought it was, or was that because I watched it in a theater full of people where that could be infectious?
Great question.
I think it was probably funny, right?
Yeah.
They're hilarious.
I thought it was.
Aren't they?
Yes, I thought it was very funny.
Compared to other teams, especially past Hard Knocks, like Dawkins for that with the drifting and Trey White. I mean, obvious potential star of the show, I feel like, in the making already. And then, KJ Hamler was great.
Yep.
The scooter scene is hilarious, and that's a great job by HBO on that, too. So I think in terms of that, like entertainment value, the personalities that were involved, I feel like Dawkins and Trey White especially are the two that, hit a home run. You hit a home run with those two in the episode yesterday.
Yep, Trey White back. It feels, whatever. It's the kind of thing that watching this show, if you're someone that thinks, like, this is our year, this is the magic, it'll definitely play into that. There are a couple things I wrote down as notes, if you will. One is, I talked about this on my walk home because we live close enough to walk to the North Park Theater. I was walking home with my wife, and I said, maybe we don't talk about it enough, or maybe people feel like every 30 minutes we should say, man, what a time to be alive in the era of Josh Allen. We do say it often. Mm-hmm. There are games last year where we come in on Monday morning and say, I can't believe we get to watch this guy play.
Yeah.
It's just incredible that we get to. As humans, never mind, like he's on the team that you like, and you kind of have to pinch yourself all the time. And what's the famous line? How is it possible to not be romantic about baseball? Something like that.
Yeah.
There's something about imagine not being romantic about baseball. I felt that last night about Josh Allen. Like, imagine how is it possible to not be romantic about the Bills' starting quarterback being as amazing as he is, as engaging as he is, like everything about him. It's we sometimes are going to sit here and argue about a contract for a running back, or the defense needs to be more aggressive, or wide receiver valuation in the draft, and all of it is just kind of covered by this umbrella of, the quarterback is unbelievable. Truly unbelievable to watch him play.
Yep.
They showed some of his highlights from last year, and you're like, oh, yeah, I remember that one. Oh, I remember that run, too. And, the play against the Chiefs, the play of the year, as Nance shouts that out. And I'm just thinking,
Yep. The lateral play, the jumping over Buda Baker.
Yeah. It's
you probably could have filled that with 5 more minutes of things that are still incredible if you really wanted to.
It's truly incredible. It is really, truly incredible that we just get to watch it all the time.
Yep.
And it's normal. Totally normal. Like,
right. Like, it really is. How much have we said his name this training camp?
Yeah, right.
It's because we're so used to it.
Right, that's right.
He's going to show up, and he's going to be incredible, and he's going to jump over people, and he's going to make perfect passes, and he's going to be in the MVP conversation, and they're going to be winning the division, and they'll be playing big games in the playoffs every single year. And they said it. McDermott and Bean said it on there when they were interviewed. Like, the stability of this organization is, like, on his shoulders. And he's carried it and done a phenomenal job with it. So, there's that. There's both ends. There's one, man, like, look at this guy. And two, it is this team. This is the whole vibe of, like, the thing yesterday. Like, this team just has to win the Super Bowl. They have to win the Super Bowl. Like, at some point here. Like, it doesn't have to be this season.
A Super Bowl.
A Super Bowl, right? Like the fan part of yesterday, and the players that are involved. The two guys they highlight the most, outside of Josh Allen, Dawkins and Trey White. Those two have been here the whole time. They're here before Allen.
Yeah.
Trey White leaves for a year and is injured for another year. But they're here on the drought-breaking team, 2017, and they're still here. And Dawkins is still playing at a super high level. And, like, they've been here the whole time. Allen's been here almost the whole time. Like, just gotta win one. Gotta win one. I feel like, too, a lot of people that aren't Bills fans could have watched that yesterday and felt the same thing.
Gotta.
Like, I hope they win one. Like, the fan part of it and those players being highlighted and the Mr. Brightside part of it. Like, this team just looks like a lot of fun. Right?
Yep.
Didn't that kind of the takeaway? Like, it looks like it's a lot of fun to be on this team.
And you have people that work on the Hard Knocks show saying that, and I don't know if they give these platitudes to each team every year, but yeah, you really get the feeling that they are really a close-knit group and really tight, and that kind of stuff. How much does it matter? It's definitely better to think that and feel that than the opposite. Everybody hates each other. At the end of the day, the Eagles win the Super Bowl, and I feel like everybody hate each other. But they hate each other in the way that some family members hate each other. Like, oh, I hate my cousins, or I hate my brother, or I hate my parent. But, right, the Eagles made it work, and they win a Super Bowl. And here, that might have been the case in some relationships that have come and gone, but everybody just kind of, it's been such smooth sailing. It's a point about the culture, whether it's McDermott's culture, whatever. I was thinking about that idea too, like culture, and that used to be a thing that we would argue about, and now we just don't. And part of the reason I would argue about it is because 17-year playoff drought, I could only hear so many times, oh, this guy's going to do it differently. All right, fine, great. Let me know when they win.
Right.
Well, now they've done it, and we just don't even really ever talk about it because they've established. McDermott uses the word program, our program.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And I like that. That's really what they've got here, all the way from, like the St. John Fisher here is a part of it. So to see training camp, I guess if you're someone that, you're a Bills fan, watching this show is like if you came to camp but had awesome seats. Yeah. The hitting.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, Joe. There's times we're out there on the field, we're watching, and I know that they're playing full speed and they're going full pads, but HBO does a great job of driving home how much it is still in some spots physical. And guys are huffing and puffing, like Dawkins saying every year it gets heavier, right? Like the idea that they are out there and they really are working out there. And sometimes – if you're just thinking about it like, they're practicing, right? Like, they're working. It's hard work. And Allen talking about, like, 2.5 weeks, give me all you got to get ready for the season, then we'll go back and start to continue to get ready. I just think it's not only a big-time presentation of the Bills, it's a big-time presentation, I think, of NFL training camps and how much these players really do devote to them and how going away to camp and being on a college campus, like all the things that can offer to a team. So I couldn't say enough about how great I thought it was.
Yeah. They really do kind of – isn't the whole thing kind of like – this is kind of like a college program? Like, isn't that at its core kind of what the Bills culture is? That you're going to come here and it's going to remind you of when you played in college. This is only a couple of weeks here at St. John Fisher, but the dorms, how many fans got to look at what the player dorms looked like yesterday? Like, wow, it's a college dorm.
Yeah.
I mean, they're making Dawson Knox making fun of his view out the window, and then what? They go back to Buffalo, and what do? They're hanging out at Josh's house, right? Like, their houses are going to be nicer there than they probably were in college, but. Like, that's kind of the vibe of the team. The fans are kind of that, like, college-y type football fans, I think, with tailgating and everything. Like, I think part of their sales pitch is this is kind of going to be like college for you.
Yep.
And it seems like that kind of works for a lot of these players.
Yeah, come here to play football. Really.
And that's really at the core what that means.
Come here to play football.
Right.
And there's even a note in there somewhere in the episode how there's not a lot to do. Help me remember who this was. Somebody made a comment like,
was it one of the players?
Was it Dawkins? I don't know. The idea that, if you're a player that says, oh, there's nothing to do, and you complain like that, we might get offended. Willis McGahee way back when. Now if you're a player that says that, you're like, there's not much going on.
Vaughn said that, I remember a couple years ago.
Yeah, but Vaughn wasn't being, critical about it. Just like, no, this is where you come to play football. So I feel like having that as a small market in the NFL, having that note of, it feels right here. A lot of things go right here. They're getting a new stadium, and they've got a good team, and their fans care a ton. Whatever. It feels like a pretty big glow-up for the fan base, which has happened over the last 8-9 years, right? From the drought to the creation of the Mafia to jumping through tables to now you're a good team and Bill Cowher jumps through a table on television. Like, it's been such a good decade after a pretty rough decade and a half.
Right.
It's been a really, really good run. And it's, knock on wood. Should I not knock on wood? Last time we knocked on wood, it was a bad day. That's when Hairston got hurt. I'm going to knock on wood.
Was it a bad day, or did the knock on wood make it better than it actually was?
You're right about that. Knock on wood.
I think actually it would have been worse had we not knocked on wood.
You might be right. There's no signs of it stopping. Like, it's been a great decade, and it's just whatever. This might be the year.
No, it goes.
It might be. It always might be.
It's not to take credit away from the rest of it and McDermott's culture and the whole thing here, but this thing goes as long as Josh is going, right? Isn't he too good for it to fall apart? And how could you see it falling apart anyway? Thinking back to Brady never had a team that wasn't at least in contention. Drew Brees had a couple of those teams, right? There's some Drew Brees 7-win Saints teams. I mean, you could probably find some Roethlisberger teams that weren't like legitimate Super Bowl contenders, but Allen feels like in this version of him, like he's too good. He's too good for it to not at least be in the conversation.
Yep.
And I think that was proven in the last 2 years when the roster maybe wasn't what they wanted it to be, wasn't completely fully formed. Maybe there was even a season where they had the wrong offensive coordinator in there, and they still won divisions and were playing into at least the second round of the postseason. So, again, that kind of always sounds like, well, it doesn't matter what anybody else does because he exists.
Mm-hmm.
But he does.
Right.
Like
he does.
He does exist.
He does.
And it's still as good as the culture they've built and as good as the whole vibe of the team is and the way that they build things and the personalities involved. As good as all that other stuff is, the best thing they've done by far is still him. By far, it is still him. Getting him here and then helping him become what he's become.
Yep.
That's the ticket to all of this.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us.
He's funny too, by the way.
He's funny.
I think
they're all funny.
Yeah. It's just a funny team.
It's a good question. Was it funnier to those of us that saw it in a theater?
I know.
It's a good question.
Because there was a lot of laughing going on.
A lot of laughs.
Yeah.
Trey White, a lot of laughs. The scooter scene, lots of laughs.
Dawkins with the drifting, a lot of laughs. Dawkins just in general, I feel like a lot of laughs. The Dawson Knox folding with his wife got a laugh, I think. Taron Johnson with the toilet paper.
Yep.
That got a laugh.
I saw
KJ Hamler with his little kid scooter.
I saw members of the media corroborating Taron Johnson's story that the toilet paper here maybe is not up to snuff. So, right. It was great. I can't wait for the next episode. I would have, as it was happening, I don't know how often this happens where you're watching a movie or a show. We're 40 minutes in, and I think, oh, crap, this is going to end soon. And I don't want it to. I thought, if this thing went on for 6 hours, I would sit here and just watch HBO's slow-motion shots and music and Leah Schreiber's narration. It was wonderful. And it's worth pointing out that this is the first time that it's been a team that has been established as good. So I don't know if that means that the storylines are more interesting, less interesting. They've got like a bunch more episodes to go. No James Cook really in the first episode. No what's going on with Cook.
No.
And to give you an idea of the timing of it, Ryan Talbot pointed out last night on Twitter, I think they would have said this at the Q&A at the North Park Theater. I did not get there in time for this question, which was, I think the episode was finalized at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. And they had stuff from the blue and red game. So that was Friday, and it's into the Tuesday episode. If James Cook signs a contract tomorrow, I bet the entire thing, of course, would be in a full episode from start to finish.
Yeah.
And there's news on Cook, too, we'll have to share with you because that is also relevant today, that Kyron Williams signed his contract extension with the Los Angeles Rams, and there have been many who thought these two would be in the same kind of bucket, the same tier. Adam Schefter even went so far as to say many in the league thought this deal had to happen first, and that might pave the way for the Bills and Cook to finalize their deal. Diana Rossini tweeted and reported that Cook's sitting out of 2 practices was indeed an effort to get it across the finish line because they are close. So now I've got Diana Rossini, Adam Schefter, and Tom Pelissero. I've got multiple networks, multiple reporters saying it is not that far apart. And Rossini going so far as to say he's out to try and get it closed, which, you might not agree with the strategy, but that's somebody has told Diana Rossini that, or it's her takeaway that that's the case. So we'll see.
It'll be interesting to me if he signs for a number around that, because that's a number I've believed he wouldn't sign for. That sounds like the number the Bills had been offering.
Maybe.
Just as a hunch. I don't know. They could have been offering 8 for all I know. But around $11 million per year.
Yep.
Whenever we've guessed at what they could be at, I feel like, haven't we kind of landed on, the Bills are probably at 10 or 11 and Cook's at 15?
Yeah. We've kind of even said, well, I don't agree. I don't think Cook's at 15. I think that's just a tweet That's a tweet from months ago.
But then maybe that would imply the Bills would be lower than that. Because
For sure.
Because if they're at 11 and he's at 15, what is he at 13?
He might be at 12.
And this whole thing being over $2 million just seems like that'd be crazy.
But it could be $2 million guaranteed. Is it because Kyron Williams got $23 million guaranteed, so $33 million and $23 guaranteed.
Yep.
Maybe the deal's close and the Bills are at $19 guaranteed and he's at $23 guaranteed.
Yep.
So it's ultimately $2 million to the middle, but $4 million apart, and it's just on that.
If that's it, though, is he holding in?
I don't know. Diana Rossini, her report is that,
that could be the case.
That's it. That it's close.
That it is close, and that he would do this even with it being close.
Yep.
Because generally, you would think guys holding in the middle of camp like that, they're far apart. That would be my hunch. Like, why would you take it to that level? You would take it to that level because you're at an impasse and there's a gap. And if you're close, that always, would think it's manageable, unless they've just really dug in and this is as far as both sides will go.
Yep.
And maybe that is what's happened here.
803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Let's hear you. What'd you think? Your takeaways from episode 1. We've got 4 more episodes to get to, and of course, the team itself. The Kyron Williams conversation is interesting. Differences between these two. It's funny. I still think people are that $15 million tweet. Like, if Cook had never tweeted that, I guess we wouldn't have that as some sort of tent pole to whatever stick to. I don't stick to that. And I also think people are, when talking about this, last night the Williams deal came out, and even Nate Geary from he's on our pre and post coverage and intermission said, yes, this is the neighborhood. Kyron Williams is more of the neighborhood, not Barkley. Barkley makes more than 20. Cook is not asking for Barkley money. He's not asking for McCaffrey money. He's asking for big money in the running back game and more than the franchise tag is right now. But it's funny, 15, if that is his ask, is between Kyron Williams and Barkley.
Yeah.
And if you want to ask, where is James Cook ultimately as a running back? We all acknowledge that there might be some gaps to his game, and he doesn't pass block reliably. You know who does? Kyron Williams. Kyron Williams is great in pass protection. Saw some highlights yesterday of clips of Kyron Williams not running the football, but rather destroying a blitzing linebacker because he's really good at that. He also has a quarterback that you need that a lot more than this quarterback. That is right. That is a great point. That is a great call out. So Kyron Williams is a much better, he's on the field a lot more. James Cook is a superior runner of the football. Period.
Yeah.
James Cook is a lot better at that than Kyron Williams is. The Rams, to the chagrin of some, play Kyron Williams all the time.
More than any running back in the league.
I say this as someone who has him in Dynasty and loves it. But as a running back, James Cook you get the ball in their hands, Cook is far superior to Kyron Williams.
As a runner.
As a runner,
he is definitely far superior.
So, you could make the comparison about these two and the tier that they're in, but if you want to start comparing them, what are you paying for? The Rams are paying for a guy that's not great running the football, but is reliable in pass protection. They can put him out there all the time, and they can trust him. And for the Bills, if they would offer the same exact contract, what are they paying for? Explosive runner that they can't trust all the times in those situations. So while, yes, they are tiered similarly, and they might be financially, they're not that similar in the way that they play. The stat of the day for me, and we'll get to the stat of the day, which is brought to you by Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. In yards over expected, which is a stat that I've liked to use on Cook, Kyron Williams last year, he had 240 carries.
Yep.
Yards over expected for Kyron Williams last year running the football is an incredible 0. It's incredible.
He's exactly what is expected.
You and I had the same yards over expected as Kyron Williams did on 200 and something carries. Incredible.
Could have been worse.
Right.
Those guys are way in the negative.
James Cook, I almost want to, you know what, I'll do this with Cook's numbers. And I'm not telling you he has to get paid more, but we should tease out or run out how many yards over expected James Cook would have with Kyron Williams' number of carries. Because Cook's is 167 on 100 fewer carries. So He's a far superior runner of the football. And yes, that takes out the offensive lines. How the Bills have a superior one than the Rams. Williams is different. It's different.
He's different. I will say, though, like, what do you care about here? Do you care about who's a better runner? Because I think that's definitive. Cook's a better runner. Who's more important to their quarterback?
Well,
because if the whole thing is about getting what your quarterback needs, Cook helps Allen with the run game he provides. But is Kyren Williams not between more dump-offs with Stafford, right? I don't know if Kyren gets all of those, but more dump-offs with him. He's a quarterback that is aged and has injury problems, so that pass-protecting element is critical for him, where it is not with Josh Allen. I think even though, it kind of depends what you care about. Cook's a better runner, but I can make an argument that Kyren Williams is more important to his quarterback than James Cook is, even though he's not as good of a player. But even that, I don't know. Their jobs are just so different. I mean, Kyron's asked to do so many more things. I mean, that snap count is really all you need to look at for how he is the workhorse. He's asked to do everything there. Last season, Kyren Williams. Let's start with James Cook. James Cook last season, 485 snaps. Kyren Williams, 888.
Yeah.
He almost doubles him in how much he is on the field. But again, it's part of that is I think their jobs are very different.
Very different.
Very different
to
jobs.
Which, if you want to go conceptually on this, what would you rather pay $11 million for? A running back that you can put on the field a lot that never does anything spectacular, or a guy that you can't put on the field a lot, or you don't feel like you should, who can break games open for you?
Here's kind of why it's kind of a tough comparison to make, because, again, I'm kind of thinking about the quarterbacks for this. If Kyren Williams was on the Buffalo Bills, wouldn't pay him.
No.
Would the Bills value him at $11 million a year?
I don't know.
No.
I don't think so.
If James Cook was on the Rams, they wouldn't pay him $11 million a year.
They might not.
They would need another guy.
Yeah, they would. They just drafted Blake Corum, too, with a reasonable pick.
Third round.
All right. 803-0550. David, if you can hang on with us. Sorry, we got going on the Williams thing. It's news. We're going to keep digging into that. We've got a bunch of guests today. We'll get to your phone calls on Hard Knocks on the other side, and on the Kyren Williams context that now has been given to this Cook conversation. So maybe things move forward. Jeremy and Joe, live from St. John Fisher. Please, by all means, give us a ring. You can join us. We're happy to take your call. Our coverage of Bill's training camp from St. John Fisher University, brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. That Kyren Williams signed his contract extension with the Los Angeles Rams, and there have been many who thought these two would be in the same kind of bucket, the same tier. Adam Schefter even went so far as to say many in the league thought this deal had to happen first, and that might pave the way for the Bills and Cook to finalize their deal. Diana Rossini tweeted and reported that Cook's sitting out of 2 practices was indeed an effort to get it across the finish line because they are close. So now I've got Diana Rossini, Adam Schefter, and Tom Pelissero. I've got multiple networks, multiple reporters saying it is not that far apart. And Rossini going so far as to say he's out to try and get it closed, which, you might not agree with the strategy, but that's somebody has told Diana Rossini that, or it's her takeaway that that's the case. So we'll see.
It'll be interesting to me if he signs for a number around that, because that's a number I've believed he wouldn't sign for. That sounds like the number the Bills had been offering.
Maybe.
Just as a hunch. I don't know. They could have been offering 8 for all I know. But around $11 million per year,
yep.
Whenever we've guessed at what they could be at, I feel like, haven't we kind of landed on, the Bills are probably at 10 or 11 and Cook's at 15?
Yeah, we've kind of even said, well, I don't agree. I don't think Cook's at 15. I think that's just a tweet. That's a tweet from months ago.
But then maybe that would imply the Bills would be lower than that. Because
for sure.
Because if they're at 11 and he's at 15, what is he, at 13?
He might be at 12.
And this whole thing being over $2 million just seems like that'd be crazy.
But it could be $2 million guaranteed. It – because Kyren Williams got $23 million guaranteed. So $33 million and $23 guaranteed.
Yep.
Maybe the deal's close and the Bills are at 19 guaranteed, and he's at 23 guaranteed.
Yep.
So it's ultimately $2 million to the middle, but $4 million apart, and it's just on that.
If that's it, though, is he holding in?
I don't know. Diana Rossini, her report is that,
that could be the case.
that's it. That it's close.
That it is close, and that he would do this even with it being close.
Yep. And I also think people are, when talking about this, last night the Williams deal came out, and even Nate Geary from he's on our pre and post coverage and intermission said, yes, this is the neighborhood. Kyron Williams is more of the neighborhood, not Barkley. Barkley makes more than 20. Cook is not asking for Barkley money. He's not asking for McCaffrey money. He's asking for big money in the running back game and more than the franchise tag is right now. But it's funny, 15, if that is his ask, is between Kyron Williams and Barkley.
Yeah.
And if you want to ask, where is James Cook ultimately as a running back? We all acknowledge that there might be some gaps to his game, and he doesn't pass block reliably. You know who does? Kyron Williams. Kyron Williams is great in pass protection. Saw some highlights yesterday of clips of Kyron Williams not running the football, but rather destroying a blitzing linebacker because he's really good at that. He
also has a quarterback that you need that a lot more than this quarterback.
That is right. That is a great point. That is a great call out. So Kyron Williams is a much better, he's on the field a lot more. James Cook is a superior runner of the football. Period.
Yeah.
James Cook is a lot better at that than Kyron Williams is. The Rams, to the chagrin of some, play Kyron Williams all the time.
More than any running back in the league.
I say this as someone who has him in Dynasty and loves it. But as a running back, James Cook is you get the ball in their hands.
Buffalo Bills back out on the practice field today after having yesterday off. Unknown as of now if James Cook will participate in practice today, as he has sat out the last two practices with the Bills. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University, brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. Buy Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. LA Rams running back Kyron Williams signs a 3-year contract extension with the team yesterday. Deal's worth up to $33 million with a $23 million signing bonus. Williams has 31 touchdowns for the Rams since 2023 and is only behind Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley in rushing yards over the last two seasons. Also a new contract for wide receiver Keenan Allen yesterday. He's headed back to the LA Chargers after just one season away from the team. Allen signed a 1-year, $8.5 million deal with the team yesterday, according to NFL Network's Tom Pelissero. Allen played his first 11 seasons with the Chargers and played last year with the Chicago Bears. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
in moments where, like, we need to chill, I tell him, like, yo, bro, chill. Like, when we went to the ice cream spot, and I really was chilling. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. He was all over the place, like, here, everybody face, like, Trade Day Sunday. You know what I'm saying? it's like, I'm not doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have that in me to do that. I got his back to back him up. Like, yo, yeah, this Trade Day Sunday is really good. Try this. Like, let's eat it together. Boom, boom, boom. Behind his back. And while he's in everybody's face, like, yo, Trade Day Sunday. And it's like, I'm not doing that. But he is. And this other stuff that he's not doing, that I am. So it's like, it's a good component to one another. You know what I'm saying?
Christian Benford. He was on Hard Knocks a little bit. The Christian Benford awareness campaign. You know, they talked about on the show Trey White and returning back, and they kind of made the comparisons of Trey White to Max Hairston, young guy coming in, and man, the video of Trey getting drafted and seeing him on the stage, like, man, look, he's so young, it's so long ago, and
yeah,
I wondered if they would start to make the connection now. The Bills have another all-pro caliber cornerback in Benford. He, of course, has not made first-team all-pro, which Trey White did, right? First team or second team? Whatever. Maybe that's in the future. 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Also kind of powerful moment when Hairston gets hurt and audio added to all of the things that we see at camp. It just adds so much. Maybe that's it. Maybe I feel a little bit like when you go to a golf course and then watch the golf tournament on television, you feel like, I understand the elevation on this shot a lot more than I did before. And watching training camp out here and being here and then seeing Hard Knocks show you with audio of McDermott saying, like, great throw 17, or Benford hugging Max Hairston, you wonder what's being said there. Now we get the audio. He's praying over his injury and, just really, really cool. Just the level of access. I mean, I know the Bills and these NFL teams don't want Hard Knocks because they're afraid of distraction and all that. Man, they come out looking great. The Bills do.
Yeah.
And maybe that's a Bills point, but I want it every year.
I was going to say, like, I'm looking back on past years of Hard Knocks and, like, what state that team was in when they signed up. And, like, last year, the Bears starting over, right?
Yeah.
Year before that, the Jets starting over. Now, they had Aaron Rodgers, and maybe they had a little bit of an expectation, but they were not a established winner by any means. The Lions, the year before that, hadn't broken out yet. You go back to the Cowboys, then it's like, okay, they're the Cowboys, right? They're playoff good, but they're not Super Bowl good. So you had 1 year in there with, like, a legitimate playoff team, but otherwise, like, there was the Raiders. Remember the Hugh Jackson Browns Hard Knocks where Todd Haley is, like, screaming at him in the middle of the episode. You had a lot of bad teams that have been in here. So I do think, like, part of one thing I thought about last night's episode was nothing that he could even close be construed as controversial, right? Nothing. No, I don't think.
I don't think so. Yeah.
There was nothing really negative about it at all. But part of that is there really isn't a storyline about them that is, any sort of negative dilemma. Like that'll be Cook, right? That'll be the closest thing you get to that is James Cook. Some of those past Hard Knocks, I'm thinking of the Browns one where Corey Coleman, who is, like, freaking out because he's not getting first-team reps. He's a rookie, and he's fighting with the head coach. And Todd Haley, the offensive coordinator, as I mentioned, is, like, getting into it. And there was a Dolphins one where Chad Johnson was on the Dolphins, and he got arrested.
Yeah.
Like, those storylines don't exist with the Bills. So what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to do what you did last night, which worked, by the way, I thought, really well.
803-0550 to join us. We'll go to David in Illinois. David, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. I've never watched Hard Knocks before, and I was excited to watch this. I live in Central Illinois, born and raised in Buffalo, New York for 24 years. I didn't realize how much I needed that last night. That was a shot of adrenaline. It was just, I'm not going to say anything unique that you're probably not saying, your future callers aren't going to say, but it was just a wonderful representation of our region. It was a wonderful representation of our fans and of the team that we love and that we watch. I mean, and just like you said about our running back controversy, I'm glad that didn't make it into the episode last night. I was waiting for it, but it didn't make it. I was very happy that this is just a positive introduction to everything Western New York and to the team and to the fans. And, I mean, it was the little things last night that I really enjoyed, like Middle Joe linebacker has a Yoda pillow. KJ Hamler, the pregnancy pillow that they showed. And yeah, the scooter stuff was fun, but I mean, we need to find Deion Dawkins and AJ Epineza new hobbies. I can't believe that they're allowed to do that in their contracts. I mean, that was crazy.
Drifting,
but it was just fun. So I don't have a question. That was just statements and observations. I mean, it was just wonderful.
Yeah, thanks, David. So Epineza hunts pythons?
Yeah.
All right.
His dog seeks them out, and then they grab him after that.
The next person that calls and says Epineza should be traded for somebody, he's going to bring a python to your house. We got a lot of Epineza trade ideas. All right, you hunt pythons.
Uh-huh.
Great. Is that poisonous? No, it's a constrictor. Let's talk about that dog. That dog is trained to find snakes?
Yeah.
Is it also trained to not get constricted by pythons? Let's hope so.
Yeah.
And Dawkins, I mean, I've said it as many times as I ever remember to, and whether it's this or the Protector of the Year trophy or the work he does in the community or the Snowman or any of it, man, like Deion Dawkins is one of my all-time favorite people to ever come through One Bills Drive. I love him. He is such an ambassador. He's such a community asset. Deion Dawkins, and
he's at the arena like every night during the winter for Bandits and Sabres,
and just an infectious personality. Just like Josh's, left-hand man, whatever, left tackle forever, and to hear not just the thing about Dawkins, it's so interesting. There's a lot that's interesting about him, his personality, how the Bills kind of let him be that goofy side of him, but that he is such an unbelievably good left tackle. And the way that he wins, and he's just, I can't say enough about him. Like I think he's great.
I had a couple thoughts about him last night, which were like as he's in the spotlight. And I thought this before. He goes on Colin Cowherd, right? He goes on some of those national shows, NFL Network a lot, Good Morning Football. That he's gonna have the popularity glow up for an offensive lineman that. Maybe not to the fullest extent that Jason Kelce had it, but isn't there always like one really famous offensive lineman at a time in the NFL that everybody knows?
Yeah, right.
Right? Like
Andrew Whitworth.
Whitworth.
Yeah.
How is that not going to be Deion Dawkins? Like this show will help that for him. All those media appearances will be that for him. He is that already here. But is he not going to be in the next couple of years, now that he's got some Pro Bowls under his belt and he's a more established, recognized one of the best offensive tackles in football, that he's going to be like the most famous lineman because of his personality? I mean, he's going to do TV one day, isn't he? Isn't he going to be on Thursday Night Football's broadcast in like 15 years?
Maybe.
Like, totally, I think, is in the cards.
Or he'll be drifting. Or
he'll be drifting. And I also had the thought about him, like, if you really sit back and think about his legacy, which I haven't really done because he's still in the middle of it, right? Like, he's still amazing, one of the best tackles in the league. Like, you have to go back to the 60s maybe for this question, but is he not going to be in the conversation as the best lineman in this team's history when it's all said and done? How is he not at least in it?
Yeah.
Is he going to be a Hall of Famer?
Right.
Like, how high can it go for him? In terms of like what he's recognized as. I think him being the best lineman in team history is very much in the cards. I really do wonder, like, is he going to be a Hall of Famer at the end of it? I mean, when you think of those 90s teams, they showed those a little bit yesterday too. Thurman Thomas was at practice. They showed a little bit of Kelly and Andre Reed in the 90s. That team didn't win the Super Bowl and had Hall of Fame coach, Hall of Fame defensive lineman, Hall of Fame running back, Hall of Fame quarterback, Hall of Fame wide receiver. Like five Hall of Famers all around. Tasker should be in. It should be 6. And this team's going to have how many? Allen. Maybe McDermott. Like, is it going to be 2? This guy, right?
I mean,
who's the next guy? It should be this guy. Dawkins.
The number is going to be determined by if they win a Super Bowl, right? Like, the coach probably has to win a Super Bowl. The Does the left tackle look at the Patriots and their 20-year dynasty? Like, guys are getting in part because they won a lot, and they were great players too. But it's so much tougher if you are a guy like Joe Thomas getting in and never winning ever.
Anything.
That is an accomplishment in itself. Like, oh, you made it first ballot. Everyone knew you were great, and
right.
sorry your team wasn't that good. For guys like Dawkins to get all the way to that level, it might take a Super Bowl or two to do it. Like, if you're a starting left tackle for Josh Allen for 12 years and you win 2 Super Bowls.
That's what I wonder, because that 90s team didn't win. And they had 5 Hall of Famers. This team is going to be
to 4. This team is yet to go to 1.
So if they go to 1 or 2, I guess I think they're going to win it anyways. This is almost kind of like to me, maybe a useless conversation at the end of it. But I wonder if he needs that, because this team is going to go down whether they win or not as one of the most consistent winners. Maybe they didn't win.
Well, I was
like
say,
that Bills team in the 90s did, and they're going to have one?
That's the part that
one Hall of Famer?
That's the part. We'll get to a break here, and more of your phone calls at 803-0550. That's the part that Hard Knocks is a lot of, good feelings. And I've said this to you. I said it this offseason. I felt it like start camp or a month ago, whenever I first thought it was. If they don't win it, that becomes their new franchise identity almost over the And I also think people are, when talking about this, last night the Williams deal came out, and even Nate Geary from he's on our pre and post coverage and intermission said, like, yes, this is the neighborhood. Kyron Williams is more of the neighborhood, not Barkley. Barkley makes more than 20. Cook is not asking for Barkley money. He's not asking for McCaffrey money. He's asking for big money in the running back game and more than the franchise tag is right now. But it's funny, like 15, if that is his ask, is between Kyron Williams and Barkley.
Yeah.
And if you want to ask, where is James Cook ultimately as a running back? We all acknowledge that there might be some gaps to his game, and he doesn't pass block reliably. You know who does? Kyron Williams. Kyron Williams is great in pass protection. Saw some highlights yesterday of clips of Kyron Williams not running the football, but rather destroying a blitzing linebacker, because he's really good at that. He
also has a quarterback that you need that a lot more than this quarterback.
That is right. That is a great point. That is a great call out. So Kyron Williams is a much better, he's on the field a lot more. James Cook is a superior runner of the football. Period.
Yeah.
James Cook is a lot better at that than Kyron Williams is. The Rams, to the chagrin of some, play Kyron Williams all the time.
Like more than any running back in the league.
I say this as someone who has him in Dynasty and loves it. But as a running back, James Cook you get the ball in their hands, Cook is far superior to Kyron Williams.
As a runner.
As a runner,
he is definitely far superior.
So, you could make the comparison about these two and the tier that they're in, but if you want to start comparing them, what are you paying for? The Rams are paying for a guy that's not great running the football, but is reliable in pass protection. They can put him out there all the time, and they can trust him. And for the Bills, if they would offer the same exact contract, what are they paying for? Explosive runner that they can't trust all the times in those situations. So while, yes, they are tiered similarly, and they might be financially, they're not that similar in the way that they play. And Dawkins, I've said it as many times as I ever remember to, and whether it's this or the Protector of the Year trophy or the work he does in the community or the Snowman or any of it, man, like Deion Dawkins is one of my all-time favorite people to ever come through One Bills Drive. I love him. He is such an ambassador. He's such a community asset, Dion Dawkins. And
he's at the arena like every night during the winter for Bandits and Sabres.
And just an infectious personality, just like Josh's, left-hand man, whatever, left tackle forever. And to hear not just, the thing about Dawkins, it's so interesting. There's a lot that's interesting about him, his personality, how the Bills kind of let him be, that goofy side of him.
Yeah.
But that he is such an unbelievably good left tackle. And the way that he wins and he's just I can't say enough about him. I think he's great.
I had a couple thoughts about him last night, which were as he's in the spotlight. And I thought this before. He goes on Colin Cowherd, right? He goes on some of those national shows, NFL Network a lot, Good Morning Football, that he's going to have the popularity glow up for an offensive lineman that maybe not to the fullest extent that Jason Kelsey had it, but isn't there always one really famous offensive lineman at a time in the NFL that everybody knows?
Yeah, right.
Right?
Andrew Whitworth.
Whitworth.
Yeah.
How is that not going to be Dion Dawkins? This show will help that for him. All those media appearances will be that for him. He is that already here. But is he not going to be in the next couple of years, now that he's got some Pro Bowls under his belt and he's a more established, recognized one of the best offensive tackles in football, that he's going to be the most famous lineman because of his personality? I mean, he's going to do TV one day, isn't he? Isn't he going to be on Thursday Night Football's broadcast in 15 years?
Maybe.
Totally, I think, is in the cards.
Or he'll be drifting,
Or he'll be drifting.
Live from St. John Fisher, we will see if any players are able to return to practice. A number of injuries throughout the duration of camp here. We've had a lot of injuries. And we'll see if James Cook has made any progress. I suggested the other day, Joe, or anybody could have, that an off day could lead to, all right, we have time to sit down. Are we any closer? Is Cook back here because of, is he back on the field because they bridge a small gap?
Yep.
Would you bet it gets done? The insiders are all reporting it's not that far off. And, again, Diana Rossini said he skipped practice because he wants to get it over the finish line. So, right or wrong, he feels it's that close. Or which side is leaking out the information that it is close in an attempt to pressure the other side? Because you could kind of see that both ways.
Wouldn't you believe that that's the same side that would have told Tom Pelissero that it was close? And the way Bean sounded the next day makes me think that came from Cook's side. So
maybe.
I think Cook. Again, my skepticism the whole time has been I don't believe the Bills are actually motivated to get him signed. I think they want him to play on the final year of his contract and to put up whatever good face they need to so that the relationship is good enough to the point that he will do that. So I think any noise is coming from Cook's side.
803-0550. Give us a call. Your review of Episode 1 of Hard Knocks. Your thoughts on the Cook conversation. I want to ask that question about Kyron Williams. I don't know if I can put it in a tidy little web poll, but I'll try. Maybe we'll put that up. Join us on the feed if you're watching us on YouTube. Like and subscribe. We're getting to football season, of course. If you're joining us online, welcome. If you're listening on the radio, welcome. Happy to have you. Jeremy and Joe live from St. John Fisher. Sal at 7:30. Sal Mariana in the 8:30 segment. Sean McDermott, 9 o'clock we expect. Lots coming up here on WGR. And Dawkins, I mean, I've said it as many times as I ever remember to, and whether it's this or the Protector of the Year trophy or the work he does in the community or the Snowman or any of it, man, like Dion Dawkins is one of my all-time favorite people to ever come through One Bills Drive. I love him. He is such an ambassador. He's such a community asset. Dion Dawkins, and
he's at the arena like every night during
yes,
the winter for
yes.
Bandits and Sabres,
and just an infectious personality, just like Josh's left-hand man, whatever, left tackle forever. And to hear not just the thing about Dawkins, it's so interesting. There's a lot that's interesting about him, his personality, how the Bills kind of let him be that goofy side of him.
Yeah,
but that he is such an unbelievably good left tackle. And the way that he wins, and he's just, I can't say enough about him. Like I think he's great.
I had a couple thoughts about him last night, which were like as he's in the spotlight. And I thought this before. He goes on Colin Cowherd, right? He goes on some of those national shows, NFL Network a lot, Good Morning Football. That he's gonna have the popularity glow up for an offensive lineman that. Maybe not to the fullest extent that Jason Kelce had it, but isn't there always like one really famous offensive lineman at a time in the NFL that everybody knows?
Yeah, right.
Right? Like
Andrew Whitworth.
Whitworth.
Yeah.
How is that not going to be Dion Dawkins? Like this show will help that for him. All those media appearances will be that for him. He is that already here. But is he not going to be in the next couple of years, now that he's got some Pro Bowls under his belt and he's a more established, recognized one of the best offensive tackles in football, that he's going to be like the most famous lineman because of his personality? I mean, he's going to do TV one day, isn't he? Isn't he going to be on Thursday Night Football's broadcast in like 15 years?
Maybe.
Like, totally, I think, is in the cards.
Or he'll be drifting,
Or he'll be drifting.
That Kyron Williams signed his contract extension with the Los Angeles Rams, and there have been many who thought these two would be in the same kind of bucket, the same tier. Adam Schefter even went so far as to say many in the league thought this deal had to happen first, and that might pave the way for the Bills and Cook to finalize their deal. Diana Rossini tweeted and reported that Cook's sitting out of 2 practices was indeed an effort to get it across the finish line because they are close. So now I've got Diana Rossini, Adam Schefter, and Tom Pelissero. I've got multiple networks, multiple reporters saying it is not that far apart. And Rossini going so far as to say he's out to try and get it closed, which, you might not agree with the strategy, but that's somebody has told Diana Rossini that, or it's her takeaway that that's the case. So we'll see.
It'll be interesting to me if he signs for a number around that, because that's a number I've believed he wouldn't sign for. That sounds like the number the Bills had been offering.
Maybe.
Just as a hunch. I don't know. They could have been offering 8 for all I know. But around $11 million per year.
Yep.
Like whenever we've guessed at like what they could be at, I feel like haven't we kind of landed on, well, the Bills are probably at like 10 or 11 and Cook's at 15?
Yeah, we've kind of even said, well, I don't agree. I don't think Cook's at 15. I think that's just a tweet. That's a tweet from months ago.
But then maybe that would imply the Bills would be lower than that, because
for sure.
Because if they're at 11 and he's at 15, what is he at 13?
He might be at 12.
And this whole thing being over $2 million just seems like that'd be crazy.
But it could be $2 million guaranteed. Is it? Because Kyron Williams got $23 million guaranteed, so $33 million and $23 guaranteed.
Yep.
Maybe the deal's close, and the Bills are at $19 guaranteed, and he's at $23 guaranteed.
Yep.
So it's ultimately $2 million to the middle, but $4 million apart, and it's just on that.
If that's it, though, is he holding in?
I don't know. Diana Rossini, her report is that
That could be the case.
That's it. That it's close.
That it is close, and that he would do this even with it being close.
Yep.
Good morning. Bills back out on the practice field today after having yesterday off. Unknown if James Cook will be practicing with the team after sitting out the last two practices. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. LA Rams running back Kyron Williams signs a 3-year contract extension with the team yesterday. The deal is worth up to $33 million with $23 million guaranteed at signing. Williams has scored 31 touchdowns for the Rams since 2023 and is only behind Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley in terms of rushing yards over the last 2 seasons. Following Micah Parsons' trade request on Friday, Jerry Jones said yesterday that the Cowboys front office has yet to contact Parsons' agent to begin any sort of negotiations. Also said that he hasn't even talked to Parsons himself. Jones also was asked on his confidence level of Parsons playing in the team's season opener, to which he replied, quote, "No, absolutely not. A big part of that is his decision. How would I know that?" Wide receiver Keenan Allen is headed back to the LA Chargers after 1 season away from the team. Allen signed a 1-year deal at $8.5 million with the team yesterday, according to NFL Network's Tom Pelissero. Allen played his first 11 years in the NFL with the Chargers and played last year with the Chicago Bears. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
College's projection business, right? How some guys are used in colleges, you see different ways they're used in the pros. Some are used exactly the same. But at Georgia, they had another back there as well. And so James wasn't even the starter. He was more in that sub role and really liked what he did. But he didn't get a lot of opportunities as an inside runner. We knew at a minimum, we felt we had a sub back, a guy that we could develop more in the passing game, saw his workout, thought he had good enough hands to help us do that. Obviously, the speed is there. That's what showed in SEC play. But to his credit, I think he's really learned how to become an inside runner and be a threat there.
Bills GM Brandon Beane from our last visit here to St. John Fisher, which would have been Monday. We are back at St. John Fisher University. Maybe you watched Hard Knocks last night, You get a visual of it. I'm sure there's lots of Bills fans that have never been here, right? Of course.
Ever?
Yeah, never.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, how many people come a day, and there are like 9 practices, and if you are in Omaha, are you making the trip up here for Fisher, or are you just waiting for a game? So
Right. There was a fan last week that had a sign that said they came from Alaska.
that's a long trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a long trip. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550. Give us your thoughts on Hard Knocks. We also, of course, have the Kyron Williams contract with the Rams, which, many that have paid attention or are in the know would suggest that Williams and James Cook could be in the same financial ballpark.
Yep.
And Williams got his deal done. Did not hold out or hold in, just got his deal done. It's 3 years, $33 million, 23 guaranteed, like $11 million, and that looks like, for I think many people, a sweet spot for James Cook. It is worth pointing out that they are very different in the way that they are valued. And Joe's digging up some numbers from Pro Football Focus on this. And I'd like to put it up in a Twitter poll, but I can't because I don't have enough characters to explain the difference. I got 25 characters, and I don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
But you made a really good point, I thought, how the Bills should not pay Kyron Williams $11 million.
No.
And the Rams probably wouldn't pay James Cook $11 million, but switch their fits.
Yeah.
And they should. Williams, hilariously to me, it's utterly hilarious. His rushing yards over expected on the season on 316 attempts is 0. That is amazing. Right. That's as amazing to me as Reggie Bush finishing a season with negative rushing yards for the Bills. 0 on the number.
Yeah.
He got handed the ball 316 times. His yards over expected, 0.
Yeah.
I like to point out that Cook has been top 10 in that number on yards over expectation per attempt, which, by the way, Kyron Williams, of course, would be 0. Expect to be.
Yes, the math on that one's pretty easy, I think.
Very easy.
You do 0 divided by the amount of carries.
Cook is top 10 in the last 2 seasons, and the names he's with are the good running backs, really.
Yep.
He's up near the top. He's closer. You want to say, like, oh, he's not Barkley. No, he's halfway between Barkley and 0. He's at 0.8 per attempt. Now, you don't have to get bogged down in these numbers, but Cook is right there with Jahmyr Gibbs, Bucky Irving. He's above Josh Jacobs in this department in yards over expectation. He does not face a lot of light boxes. That's something that Kyron Williams actually does get, is they run a lot of 11 personnel there, and they spread things out. Like, Cook is to me, a far superior runner.
Yeah.
But Williams plays all the time. And the Rams pay him to be a pass blocking
he
back.
Really, that's why they are valuing him so high. And again, Stafford's injuries are part of what they need him for. Last season in the NFL, running back pass block snaps, James Cook had 11. He was on the field 11 pass block snaps, according to Pro Football Focus. That's it. And he had a good grade in it, but like the grade when you're only playing 11 might not even be that useful. Kyron Williams pass blocked 153 times last year. More than 10 times more than Cook did. I mean, Williams is really like the only guy in the league that does it that much. He had the most last year at the position with 153 pass block snaps. Bijan Robinson, 107.
Yeah.
153, 107. There's only 4 guys that were over 100, and Williams is at 153. So, right, like he is a average runner, but he
gets on the field because he's trusted.
Yes, he's trusted to help protect a quarterback that they might be terrified is one hit away from retirement.
Right, and he has currently his back issues, Matthew Stafford. It's almost like what the Rams are doing with Williams is they're paying 2 running backs in one body. Like, we have an average runner
kinda.
And a guy we trust all the time. So why do we pay him $11 million? Because if you're the Bills, you might have to pay 2 guys for those 2 jobs. Your runner of the football and your guy that you can put out there for pass blocking snaps.
The other thing that does a little bit too, and I wonder what the numbers would look like on this, going out for routes and being dangerous in the pass game. Not that Cook is piling up the numbers as a receiver in the last couple of seasons, but I remember when Kyron Williams came into the league and he was a pass catcher. Or that was a part of his game. And one thing that hurts your numbers by blocking 153 times, that's 153 snaps where you're not running a route, where you're not going out for a pass to be either a dump-off option or something on a wheel route. So he ends up only getting 182 yards receiving last year. Kyron Williams, which is nothing. And it might look like, well, he's not dangerous at all in the pass game. I think he has more there. It's just he's not a team where he'll never be able to do that because he's got to stay in and block. So I think it all kind of adds into the same point though of Kyron Williams would not be valued at $11 million with the Bills. I don't even think he would be a name. Like, he wouldn't be a name in the league, certainly. Would he be Ray Davis? Would he be Zach Moss on this team? Because if one of his biggest skill sets is he's going to help protect your quarterback, I have a quarterback where that's not really that necessary. And that actually kind of is a defense, I think, of paying Cook, is why do you care that much if he doesn't pass block when you have an amazing offensive line and the best quarterback maybe in league history at avoiding sacks?
Yeah.
Why do you need a running back to block?
No, what you might need for this specific usage is the explosive back. That's the thing he brings to your team.
Yeah.
Interesting. Buff in Dallas. Hey, Buff, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Man, this kind of reminds me of Thurman Thomas when he initially came to the league. He wasn't a great pass blocker, but what he did bring, like you said, elusiveness, his ability to catch the ball down the field as almost like a slot receiver. They utilize him, and that's what Cook brings you. So I compare him to Thurman Thomas. Cook has that home run speed, and if we don't assign him, I mean, give him the 15, but if he doesn't live up to that contract, we can always bring him back to the table and restructure the deal. But, it's too close right now. Allen in Super Bowl, I think you need Cook in that offense because if we don't have him, we don't even have another home run hitter on this team on offense. Was Khalil Shakir, but other than that, I mean, everyone else is just, they don't give you that top-end speed like Cook.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
Thanks, Buff. Well, coming up at 9:30, we're hoping to get Jerry Ostrowski to jump in here. He's going to be at training camp today, and we played a clip from him earlier in the week. You know, you could talk about home run hitter. You could talk about the way the Bills run the ball. I don't want to say it's like this is like a dig scenario where, hey, when you're passing – a lot, which the Bills were at that time, having your number one receiver is really important.
Yeah.
Now they're a much heavier run team. Having the best running back on the team is going to be important. This is a team that passes to the running backs an awful lot. They hand the ball off an awful lot more than they used to. And Cook is an explosive play. Touchdown regression, maybe. That might come. Maybe he gets 10 this year. I don't know. But don't teams have to commit to stopping him, knowing he's a home run threat, knowing the Bills have an elite offensive line? Like, if you are a team defending the Bills and it's Ray Davis versus James Cook, one of those guys is a home run hitter and one of those guys is not a home run hitter, at least not yet. Davis has had a couple of nice games. Ty Johnson, they've got good speed. Like, these are good, to me, supplementary backs. And if they were to not sign Cook, okay, could still have a great year. They could squeeze everything out of him. But the thing that Jerry said, and we'll ask him about it again to explain it more at 9:30, they would have to change their offense because the way they block for Cook is not the same as the way they block for the other two guys. Cook's skill set fits what they do very well. He gets the most out of their offensive line. And I like to go back to this point a lot. I just think so often people want to treat it as only one of the things has to be good. Allen is so good, you don't need good receivers. The line is so good, you don't need good running backs. What you want is the best everything. The salary cap does make that tough sometimes. But writing it off as like, oh, the next guy will be just as good because of the line, that is not correct. Like, you might have a good running game. It won't be as good. And I might, to a fault, be leaning on yards over expectation. But to me, I look at the top of the league in that stat, Joe, and it's all the best running backs.
Yeah.
Who's number one? Barkley. Who's number two? Derrick Henry. Or maybe it's the other way around. And they're up at Derrick Henry's yards over expectation per run is almost 2.
Well, and part of what helps Cook in that category, even though it's not 100% the case, because in the previous 2 seasons he was also good in that stat and didn't have this.
Right.
The breakaway runs. The breakaway runs are going to help you a lot in that category, but those are meaningful. Those are valuable. Yes. Those are runs that not everybody in the league is going to run away from guys on. Those are runs in the league where some won't even get to the hole on. Where, what's that run he has against the Patriots at the end of the season where he goes for 40 yards? What's the expectation on that run? Like 6? Like, oh, there's a hole.
Yep.
Oh, but then he bounced through it and he cut left and he outran the safety to the end zone.
And you know,
there's 30 yards over expectation, but part of that is there's a lot of running backs in the league. Maybe Ray Davis, maybe Kyron Williams would be an example of this, where it's going to be a good run. He's going to get 6, but he's going to get caught by that safety.
Mm-hmm.
And Cook might bounce it outside, and then he's gone.
Derrick Henry's yards over expectation per attempt is 1.7.
Per attempt?
Per attempt.
It's pretty good.
That's nuts, right?
Number 1 in the league last year?
Yeah, number 2 is Barkley. Number 3.
No, number 1 I have is Lamar, NFL Pro. This is including quarterbacks.
Okay, including quarterbacks, okay.
And he's at 2.
Gotcha.
I don't see Josh on this list.
Jordan Mason, by the way, 3rd among running backs in that metric. How do you like that?
Part of Josh's problem might be the QB sneaks.
Right. Expectation 1.
Right. Like, how many plays does he get exactly what's expected?
Yeah. Scott in Toronto. Hey, Scott, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Love the show, guys. Just wanted to, 2 things. I want to give a shout-out on the way to training camp. My father is 80 years old today, and first time at training camp, lifelong Bills fan, so happy birthday, Keith. And
right.
Secondly, with respect to James Cook, I really hope the Bills do not pay him. If anything's been proven in this league, the most interchangeable position is running back. It was a very strong draft for running backs. There may be somebody even on the waiver wire we could pick up to bolster the running back room. And I think my only question for you guys, I don't know if you know the answer with respect to that, but what does the salary cap look like, assuming it doesn't go up or down for next year? Is there dead money coming off? Is the opportunity to pay him next year there? Is that the reason why Bean is reluctant to open up the vault? I'll hang up and listen. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Scott. On the salary cap, the Bills are already up against it next year. They just paid a bunch of extensions, so that's part of it.
Yep.
But you can count on the salary cap. There's even like a 5-year timeline, and teams are operating like this. This has been one of the stories we've kind of started to dip into. The Eagles have pushed money into 2030 because the salary cap. The NFL is going to get out of these media deals. They just picked up a 10% stake in ESPN.
Yep.
I mean that deal itself, I don't know. That's above my pay grade. I'll have to do a little bit of research on that. It's not to say the cap isn't real. The cap is real when you move on from a player earlier than expected. That's dead cap. Dead cap is, I almost feel like sometimes it's looked at as whatever. What is it really? You're paying for the money you've already paid a player. Dead cap is we paid Trey White less than his actual value for a bunch of years. Then he left the team, and we had to pay the rest of that.
Yep.
It's the bill coming due. And, Josh Allen is going to be here forever, so they can keep moving that money down, and they're going to keep getting more and more money and more money. I don't necessarily buy any idea that they can't do it because of the cap. They can definitely do it because of the cap.
They can't do it because of the cap, but do they not want to do it because it is true, though, that every dollar you spend on Cook is a dollar you cannot spend in that future cap on a different – If they have in their minds, like, man, I'd love to do that Micah Parsons deal right now, but I just don't have the ability to do it.
It's just
that, hey, maybe in 2 years I'd like to sign a $40 million pass rusher, and if I continue to sign players for $10 to $20 million, guess what I can't do? I can't go pay that pass rusher that's available in 2 years. I don't know who that is right now, but in 2 years I can't sign him because I decided to sign 7 players between 10 and 20.
Is it the third highest cap number? I'm looking at cap numbers for the Bills next year. Like, you can make that point on Cook if you want, who, if he signs a 3-year, $11 million deal, what will his cap number be next year? What, like $5 million? Dawson Knox's cap hit next year is 17.
But that's what I mean. Like, that eventually is going to come around, and I've got so many of those, that level of deal already.
That's right.
That, where am I going to draw the line on it? And they haven't drawn the line on it yet. I mean, this would be it. This would be where they finally have.
I have one solution, potentially. Draft receivers. Dennis in Lockport. Sorry. Saves a lot of money. Hey, Dennis.
Great show. Hey, one of the things I was going to ask you guys right out, when it comes down to Cook, there's a couple of things he did do that people forget. we needed to stop Josh from running wild out there sometimes where he was starting to get himself in those spots where he could have got injured. And I think that's what the Bills were hoping with Cook would come through. And I think he's delivering on that. I was just going to say, and I think you guys just answered it, a 3-year, $33 million contract, maybe a 4th-year option. But a lot of these running backs, they get into that second year, that second contract, they get through half of it. And usually, I hate to say it, you start seeing the injury bugs and everything else come. And maybe that's where, Bean is also looking, hey, I'm going to have fresh talent coming out. Do I want to do that or take that chance? But I think Cook keeping Josh from doing the Superman stuff all the time, what he was doing a year before that, it paid back in dividends because Josh was MVP, and he was able to do a lot of other things that I think were more important that kept us in the games, and he stayed healthy. So I'll hang up and I'll listen to your guys come back. Okay?
Yeah. Thanks, Dennis. Thanks. Well, what do you want on that one?
I mean, that would be part of, I think, the argument for why you wouldn't do it. It might be part of the reason why they don't want to do it. I mean, you would be projecting because so far that hasn't been a problem with James Cook. Injuries have not been a problem,
right,
and his size being smaller in stature hasn't been a problem, but could that be a holdup for why the Bills don't want to go too far on an extension or maybe don't really fully want to do it at all is, hey, we pay him, and he is smaller, and as he enters age 27, 28, 29 on that extension, we feel like there's a high probability that something could happen to him.
Well,
and running back, this is why running backs want to get paid. At running back, that can be a death knell.
But what are the chances that the Bills would tie themselves to him for 4 more years?
Well, 3 more years. This is his age 26 season.
So
your extension would be 27, 28, 29.
Is it age 26 season? He's 25. He'll start the season 25.
It's September 25th.
I would
say that's 26.
I need a clarification. Does it become the age season by when? Is there a Halloween cutoff? If I turn 26 in December,
this team, it's whatever you are in the playoffs.
Fair enough. All right. It's his playoff 26 season. If they extend him for 2 years, they could sign a – I mean –
You think he'd sign a 2-year deal right now?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
Kyron just got 3. Why is he settling for 2?
It's 3 that's probably fake 3 and probably real 2.
But you're saying 2 – you're saying 2 real 2 or 2 that's really only 1?
I'm saying 3 that's really 2.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Kyron Williams' deal just came in. It really came in exactly where we think. He got 3.9% of the cap, which is the 7th highest paid in percentage of cap because he plays 1 million snaps. I guess what I'm getting at is the point that you guys all make, and I don't even really need Cook. I'm ready to defend it if the Bills do it for 10, 11 million. That's just not that big of a deal. The number of teams that are doing that, if you want to try and find a market inefficiency and never, ever, 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 ever pay a running back, there's a point to defend that. But I don't know that the Bills are going to do that. Bean sat with us and said they want him here. They do want him. And that they tried to get a deal done. And that it takes 2. So they really might be offering the Williams contract. And if he's unreasonable about that, well, then that's that. All right, fine, let him walk. You don't have to go to the ends of the earth for this guy. But, man, the number of guys, the number of teams that are paying a running back between 3 and 4% of the cap, it's the Bears, the Raiders, the Panthers, the Texans, the Patriots, the Lions, the Vikings, the Cardinals, the Rams. Mm-hmm. Then above that, the Packers, the Saints, the Ravens, the Colts, the Eagles, the Niners. I don't see that this is some sort of prohibitive thing. We really are. We're not even debating like a $40 million pass rusher. We're talking about the position that is cheaper than all of them except for kicker.
Uh-huh.
We're just like, this is not a lot of money to really be quibbling over. And I don't know, does that lead me to believe that it's Cook that is the one that's really unreasonable? I don't know. It's tough.
It's tough. It's what do you think is more likely? If the Williams deal is a marker here that the Bills would not be willing to go to where Williams got paid and Cook is okay with that, or the Bills are willing to go to that $11 million territory in a 3-year deal. It's really only 2 years. And that Cook is staying, hard set on something around the $15 million that he tweeted about? What do we feel like is more likely? And I don't know. It's just a total hunch, but I feel like Cook being higher than that number is. I mean, this is where I struggle with it because I don't want the Bills to do this deal, but I do see why Cook could say, "Yeah, I'm more valuable than him."
Right.
What do you mean? He got $11 million. You're only going to give me $11 million? I had 16 touchdowns. He's got 14 in his career.
Yep.
Oh wait, that's a different player. Kyron had 14 last year.
Yeah, 14.
So he does get touchdowns too, I guess. But it would be the rushing numbers.
Yep.
Like, I'm a way more efficient runner than this guy is. Why should I settle for the same number that he got?
803-0550. Ian Rappaport says Matthew Stafford, dealing with an aggravated disc, has received an epidural to help him deal with it. Week to week, cautious, plans to be ready for week 1.
There goes your Rams hype.
I know. That's tough.
At least a little bit.
That's tough.
Epidural. Their backup, if you're wondering, is Jimmy Garoppolo.
Is he like third all-time in passer rating? I don't know. All right.
I think he actually might be.
We're live at St. John Fisher. Sal Capaccio, he is here. He'll join us next segment. We'll get his thoughts on Hard Knocks, his thoughts on the Kyren Williams context to this James Cook story. That's what's happened. The Kyren Williams contract extension, Adam Schefter said many believe that that's the deal that had to get done first. So, all right. Maybe the Bills and Cook are not that far apart. Maybe that is the thing that had to happen first. Anyway, Sal's thoughts on all that when we return. And coming up in the 8:30 hour, Sal Mariano here in Rochester, Sean McDermott in the 9 o'clock hour, Jerry Ostrowski in the 9 o'clock hour on All Things Bills here on WGR. That Kyren Williams signed his contract extension with the Los Angeles Rams, and there have been many who thought these two would be in the same kind of bucket, the same tier. Adam Schefter even went so far as to say many in the league thought this deal had to happen first, and that might pave the way for the Bills and Cook to finalize their deal. Diana Rossini tweeted and reported that Cook's sitting out of 2 practices was indeed an effort to get it across the finish line because they are close. So now I've got Diana Rossini, Adam Schefter, and Tom Pelissero. I've got multiple networks, multiple reporters saying it is not that far apart. And Rossini going so far as to say he's out to try and get it closed, which, you might not agree with the strategy, but that's somebody has told Diana Rossini that, or it's her takeaway that that's the case. So we'll see.
It'll be interesting to me if he signs for a number around that, because that's a number I've believed he wouldn't sign for. That sounds like the number the Bills had been offering.
Maybe.
Just as a hunch. I don't know. They could have been offering 8 for all I know. But around $11 million per year.
Yep.
Like whenever we've guessed at what they could be at, I feel like, haven't we kind of landed on, the Bills are probably at 10 or 11 and Cook's at 15?
Yeah, we've kind of even said, well, I don't agree. I don't think Cook's at 15. I think that's just a tweet. That's a tweet from months ago.
But then maybe that would imply the Bills would be lower than that, because
for sure.
Because if they're at 11 and he's at 15, what is he at 13?
He might be at 12.
And this whole thing being over $2 million just seems like that'd be crazy.
But it could be $2 million guaranteed. It? Because Kyren Williams got $23 million guaranteed, so $33 million and $23 guaranteed.
Yep.
Maybe the deal's close, and the Bills are at $19 guaranteed, and he's at $23 guaranteed.
Yep.
So it's ultimately $2 million to the middle, but $4 million apart, and it's just on that.
If that's it, though, is he holding in?
I don't know. Diana Rossini, her report is that
that could be the case.
That's it. That it's close.
That it is close, and that he would do this even with it being close.
Yep. And I also think people are, when talking about this, last night the Williams deal came out, and even Nate Geary from he's on our pre and post coverage and intermission said, like, yes, this is the neighborhood. Kyron Williams is more of the neighborhood, not Barkley. Barkley makes more than 20. Cook is not asking for Barkley money. He's not asking for McCaffrey money. He's asking for big money in the running back game and more than the franchise tag is right now. But it's funny, like 15, if that is his ask, is between Kyron Williams and Barkley.
Yeah.
And if you want to ask, where is James Cook ultimately as a running back? We all acknowledge that there might be some gaps to his game, and he doesn't pass block reliably. You know who does? Kyron Williams. Kyron Williams is great in pass protection. Saw some highlights yesterday of clips of Kyron Williams not running the football, but rather destroying a blitzing linebacker because he's really good at that. He
also has a quarterback that you need that a lot more than this quarterback.
That is right. That is a great point. That is a great call out. So Kyron Williams is a much better, he's on the field a lot more. James Cook is a superior runner of the football. Period.
Yeah.
James Cook is a lot better at that than Kyron Williams is. The Rams, to the chagrin of some, play Kyron Williams all the time.
Like more than any running back in the league.
I say this as someone who has him in Dynasty and loves it. But as a running back, James Cook you get the ball in their hands, Cook is far superior to Kyron Williams.
As a runner.
As a runner,
he is definitely far superior.
So, you could make the comparison about these two and the tier that they're in, but if you want to start comparing them, what are you paying for? The Rams are paying for a guy that's not great running the football, but is reliable in pass protection. They can put him out there all the time, and they can trust him. And for the Bills, if they would offer the same exact contract, what are they paying for? Explosive runner that they can't trust all the times in those situations. So while, yes, they are tiered similarly, and they might be financially, they're not that similar in the way that they play.
Good morning. Bills back out on the practice field today. Unknown if James Cook will practice with the team or not. He sat out the last two practices. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. News this morning from Ian Rappaport of NFL Network. Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford is dealing with an aggravated disc and received an epidural to help treat the issue. The team calls the injury week to week, but has plans for him to be ready by week 1. Also with the Rams, running back Kyron Williams signed a 3-year contract extension with the team yesterday. The deal's worth up to $33 million, with $23 million guaranteed at signing. Williams has 31 touchdowns for the Rams since 2023, and is only behind Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley in rushing yards over the last 2 seasons. Also with the contract yesterday, wide receiver Keenan Allen is headed back to the LA Chargers after 1 season away from the team. He signed a 1-year, $8.5 million deal with the team yesterday, according to NFL Network's Tom Pelissero. He played last season with the Chicago Bears. Those are Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
All right, Mr. Sal Capaccio is here at St. John Fisher. We are at training camp. 2 more practices, 1 today, 1 tomorrow, and then back to Buffalo. Training camp coverage live from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Sal, you had a live post-Hard Knocks reaction show.
It was amazing. It really was. Last night, Matt Bove and I put together an Always Game Day in Buffalo live video podcast reaction show, which lives now. You can go watch it on my YouTube page at Sal Sports. We had over 8,000 people come in. to watch.
Nice.
Which was unbelievable. I mean, the numbers were just skyrocketing. We had people commenting in the chat box, telling us what they liked, what they didn't like. We obviously gave our opinions about it. We went for close to an hour after the hour-long show. So I'm glad I came up here yesterday. I said, I got to go up. If I'm going to do this, I didn't want to be driving up. You guys come up early in the morning sometimes. I'm like, you know what? Let's do this. I did it from my dorm. Matt was back in Buffalo. He's coming up today. And I will tell you that what was really cool for me about the reaction from the people in the chat box, at least, right? We're not taking calls, but we're watching people like we have the bullpen now. Same thing. What was cool for me was this was kind of a new experience for a lot of people who might not watch something like Hard Knocks. Like we're Hard Knocks junkies, right? You've been watching for years. I've been watching for years. We're here every day. I said to Bulldog yesterday that I see all the stuff they're showing on the field anyway, right? I mean, that's not new to me. I watch that every day, and it's cool. What I like to see is the behind the scenes, off the field, because I don't get that with the players a lot. But the majority of viewers, the majority of viewers, they don't see that football stuff. They're not here.
Right.
They're watching the Bills on the field for the first time since January and in this setting. And I think that was super cool to learn that and watch that from a lot of people.
Gets the juices going.
It does.
It
does.
Yeah, I saw people ready to run through a wall watching Trey White run hills after practice. Like that kind of stuff. Like,
man.
That's the kind of stuff that you just – and, the camera zooms in on his leg. I'm thinking Achilles, is this part of his rehab for this? It's just wanting to have more confidence in it. Like, yeah, you don't know all the work that they necessarily put in, the meetings and how they're going over stuff. Babbage saying, don't touch 17.
Right.
Driving that home.
Yep.
Like,
I was wondering what hill he was on. I'm like, where? I was trying to place the hill.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, that's got to be behind that dorm or this building. It wasn't over there like Fairport Road. He's not running up a hill where Fairport Road is. I don't think that's happening, but it kind of looked like it. It's got to be one of these other kind of back roads. Anyway, for me, that was kind of cool too, Jake. Like seeing the shots, the sights. How great did this campus look?
Yeah.
How great did this campus look? The fields and the people coming in and what they do. You know what I thought about? How many teams? There's not a lot of teams that go away now. There's less than 10, I think, that go away.
They said on the show only 5 go to a college.
Only 5? Okay, so I think.
College, yeah.
Well, so I don't think that counts. Like maybe the Cowboys are in Oxnard, California. I don't know if that's a college.
The Texans this year go to
the Greenbrier,
right. West Virginia.
So so there's probably less than 10 teams that go away at all.
Yeah.
How many teams were watching this and going, I think we need to do this. Look what this does for their team. And I know the team's used to it, and then they've gone away from it.
Yeah.
The Bills have kind of kept this model when a lot of teams haven't. I wonder how many teams, how many GMs, how many owners, how many presidents of organizations are going, that's really good. Like, that works for them, and they do that right. Maybe we can learn something.
Yeah. Other takeaways? I mean, Trey White, we got to see him back, and like what a story that is. Maxwell Harrison, Christian Benford featured a little bit. Of course,
really the 3 guys they featured. If you go to Josh, Dawkins, Trey White, I know Trey left.
I thought there was 4 actually. They were stars. All right, here's why.
Palmer. Oh, there were stars. I think I know who you're.
I think Terry Pagula was a star.
Oh, okay.
I think Terry Pagula.
He was in it a lot.
He was in it, yeah.
And I think he did himself well. Right, the way he spoke about the stadium, some of the jokes he made, talking with Sean McDermott. I think people who don't hear from Terry, we don't hear from Terry, right? I mean, he doesn't really do media publicly. I think that Terry Pagula did a good job for them to say, hey, we're going to have you and mic'd up and all that, and kind of the way he presented himself and a good inside look at him that a lot of people don't get. Yeah. So I thought he was actually one of the people that shined well last night, on top of Josh Allen, Deion Dawkins, Tre'Davious White, the 3 guys they really focused on.
Who are the 3 guys who have really been here the longest, right? Yeah. Trey leaves for a year. But otherwise, the guys they featured, Sal, are like the guys that they'd probably name first as the most critical to the culture they've built.
Yeah, no doubt. You're talking about Josh Allen, right?
Allen and Dawkins and Trey White to an extent, too.
I actually had
but
notes.
Allen, of course, number 1.
I wrote down the order in which guys appeared, and I thought that would be notable. I didn't know, right? So it was I don't have my note with me, but it was Allen, Dawkins, Dawson Knox, with his wife Alex, which I thought that was a cool scene. Right away, here's Alex, and I know Dawson and Alex very well. Alex actually used to live in my neighborhood before her and Dawson were married, and we would see them every once in a while. And they're a great couple. They're having a child, their first child. They just announced they're having a girl, and to see them in that organic moment and him talking about packing his underwear, like I just thought that was super cool and a great, like, just wholesome look.
Very relatable when she's like, you're going for 2 weeks and you have one carry-on bag? I was like, I mean,
I know, right?
What do I need? I'll be fine.
Yeah,
Very
right?
relatable.
I love that. So that was cool. And then, of course, we all know, Deion Dawkins and how gregarious he is. And, Deion came here as a young man, as all these guys have now they're getting older, that he was single and had no kids. And now you see his life and what he's about with his fiance and his kids. So, those kinds of things, I think, for me, also come full circle. Being here as long as they have been with Tre'Davious White, that was a really – we're going to hear a lot – I think we're going to see a lot more Tre'Davious. We're going to see a lot more – I think coming out of last night, I think it's Josh, and I think it's Tre'Davious as kind of a main storyline.
Yeah. Well, the main storyline in Episode 2 has to be James Cook, though. I mean, James Cook. And by the time we get to Episode 2, he might have a contract. You never know.
Sure.
Like the Kyron Williams deal. I wonder how you see that. We've talked about that quite a bit. Adam Schefter, he reported that many believe this had to happen for the Bills and Cook to finally get on the same page. Well, it happened. And we've spent a lot of time this morning highlighting the differences between the two players. Where with Cook, you have a superior runner of the football. He's a better, more explosive runner. He's just better at running it. But the Rams, what do they value? The guy that's on the field all the time. Kyron Williams doubled the snaps of Cook in their backfield. Has over 150 pass block reps.
He had 100. He had 153. 107 was second in the league.
Yeah, so 50% more pass blocks than anybody else in the league at running back. And the Rams pay that $11 million. So they're very different players, but could they ultimately end up in the same neighborhood?
I think so. I don't think it's unfair. I think it's a good, reasonable price probably to land. Are we talking 10 to 12, right? Somewhere in there?
About that.
Okay, so I don't think anybody you go into this process with James Cook. Is there any Bills fan who's saying, "Oh, I don't think you should even go to 10 million"? Maybe. I guess there's a few out there. That's probably about where. I think it's getting up to 15 or higher than that people probably had an issue with. There might be some people who go, "No, you don't pay running backs at all." I get that, right? If you have that philosophy. I think because if you look at the production of him compared to Saquon and CMC, and these guys are making the big money, Derrick Henry, you say he's not on that level. He's not on the field all the time. He's not doing all of that. So he's got to be a step below. Well, where's the step below? This is the step below, right? And I think when you talk about that kind of money, then you can get creative on how you can structure the deal, where you can give him 4 years and you can push some money out. He's making $5 million this year on the cap. I think even 5.8 or something like that. You can move money around and even save money this year on the cap if you need to. That feels about right to me. I don't know. I mean, is that what the Bills feel in him? So,
yeah.
I guess the best way I'd say it is I think production-wise, that feels where he belongs. The biggest question I still have is, do the Bills themselves, though, feel that for what they're paying Josh, what they're paying these other people, that is still a player in a position that they want to go to that kind of number with a player in their roster right now?
Do you think it could bring them closer to an agreement, this having a comparable in the league, a guy that is signed that is at least somewhere in the same tier as Cook? Because I feel like it could, right? Like maybe it could have them come together, but again, Sal, like their jobs are so different that maybe it could keep them as far apart as they are right now, where Cook says, I deserve more than that guy. I'm a more efficient runner, and the Bills could say, yeah, well, he plays twice as much as you.
Right, I agree with that. And it's funny, like, we don't know the full numbers, right? We only get We
have like with Cook's 15 million tweet.
No, I mean Kyron Williams.
Kyron Williams. Yeah.
What is it, 23 guaranteed?
23 guaranteed. Yeah.
Over 3 years?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a ton. It's 33 total.
Yeah.
How does that structure? Right. What is he actually getting? Is it a lot of it's on the back end, and if they wind up getting out of it in 2 years, he's only getting $23 million?
Right.
Right? I mean, think about that for a second. Right? Then what does that wind up going to? So I think you have to think about all those things together, which is, again, you can structure it differently. And then I just said, it's funny, I'm thinking about this. I'm talking out loud, and I said, well, maybe the Bills this or the Bills that. How do we know James Cook feels that that's what he wants? Maybe James Cook wants still a lot more than that, as you're saying, Joe, which is he's like, well, I'm better at this and I'm better at that. He told us in that tent right over there, he thinks he's the best running back in the NFL. And he wants to be paid like the best running back in the NFL. He didn't say top money. He didn't say that. He was indicating just amongst the top running backs.
How big a deal do you even think the pass blocking thing and the snap count actually matters to the Bills? Because, like, for the Rams, I think it's defendable. Your quarterback, he's got a back injury right now. He's old. You got to protect him, and that's why they do that. For the Bills, How much do you think it matters to them that he has some deficiencies when it comes to being a blocker back there when they have such a good offensive line, when they have a quarterback that is arguably the best ever at avoiding sacks? Like, do you think that would be the thing that keeps the Bills from getting a deal done with Cook or valuing him the way he values himself?
I think it matters to them a lot. It matters to them a ton if he's only on the field a certain amount, if he's only performing this duty or that duty. And they can say, because if you take all the money away, we're actually paying someone else to do that particular part of the job instead of you. I think it matters to the Bills a lot. I believe, Brandon Bean, you said this a little while ago. You guys know I've said this many times. Let's remind everybody. It's not the Bills don't want James Cook on the team. They want him on the team. The question is simply value. He's valued to another team. Somebody tweeted me the other day and said, well, we know exactly what his value is. It's $10 to $12 million. Everybody's done this analytics. That's not what his value is to someone else maybe. Everybody has a different value on a player based on the comps and how it fits into their particular structure. If that were the case, then the Bills would pay, I don't know, Gabe Davis, what the Jacksonville Jaguars valued him. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, if they had that value, they would do that. So you can't go by just one blanket value. Every team is going to put a different value based on their own situation and salary cap.
You know, it's. I think that's baked in. They only value him this because he doesn't play as many snaps. If he played all the snaps, maybe they feel like he'd hurt them in pass coverage or whatever, in pass blocking. If he played all the snaps, though, he'd have like 1,600 yards. Like, his efficiency is good.
He got the ball more, too.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if he got the ball more instead of somebody else. Like, I was looking at this up against Kyron Williams. I'm looking at it against Bijan Robinson, too. I mean, the top guys in the league get 345, 325, 304, 303, 316. Kyron Williams, 316 carries. Cook's over there at 207. So when you say, or anybody says, I don't think it's wrong to say it, well, he doesn't play that much. That's why they didn't want to pay him that much. That's why he's not asking for 17. Because if he played all those snaps, he might actually have the numbers to justify that.
Well, could you also say, though, could the Bills say, well, we don't do that because we don't know if he would hold up?
Sure.
Right?
They
and
could.
that would be,
right.
and then you're getting into length of deal as well, by the way.
And then
right, like if we played you for what a $15 million running back, we think a $15 million running back is worth. If we played you that way, we don't think you'd make it through the season.
And you get diminishing returns, they would think.
Maybe. Can you hang out for one more segment?
Sure.
We'll just talk injuries, who we're looking to see who might come back, because practice today, we're back to it here at St. John Fisher. We spent that segment on Hard Knocks and James Cook. Break in, and then what news elsewhere we might be looking for from the Bills today as they're back at St. John Fisher for another practice. Jeremy and Joe, Sal with us here on WGR. That Kyron Williams signed his contract extension with the Los Angeles Rams, and there have been many who thought these two would be in the same kind of bucket, the same tier. Adam Schefter even went so far as to say many in the league thought this deal had to happen first, and that might pave the way for the Bills and Cook to finalize their deal. Diana Rossini tweeted and reported that Cook's sitting out of 2 practices was indeed an effort to get it across the finish line because they are close. So now I've got Diana Rossini, Adam Schefter, and Tom Pelissero. I've got multiple networks, multiple reporters saying it is not that far apart. And Rossini going so far as to say he's out to try and get it closed, which, you might not agree with the strategy, but that's somebody has told Diana Rossini that, or it's her takeaway that that's the case. So we'll see.
It'll be interesting to me if he signs for a number around that, because that's a number I've believed he wouldn't sign for. That sounds like the number the Bills had been offering.
Maybe.
Just as a hunch. I don't know. They could have been offering 8 for all I know. But around $11 million per year.
Yep.
Like whenever we've guessed at like what they could be at, I feel like, haven't we kind of landed on, well, the Bills are probably at like 10 or 11 and Cook's at 15?
Yeah, we've kind of even said, well, I don't agree. I don't think Cook's at 15. I think that's just a tweet. That's a tweet from months ago.
But then maybe that would imply the Bills would be lower than that. Because
for sure.
Because if they're at 11 and he's at 15, what is he at, 13?
He might be at 12.
And this whole thing being over $2 million just seems like that'd be crazy.
But it could be $2 million guaranteed. Is it – because Kyron Williams got $23 million guaranteed. So $33 million and $23 guaranteed.
Yep.
Maybe the deal's close and the Bills are at, $19 guaranteed and he's at $23 guaranteed.
Yep.
So it's ultimately $2 million to the middle but $4 million apart, and it's just on that.
If that's it, though, is he holding in?
I don't know. Diana Rossini, her report is that,
that could be the case.
That's it. That it's close.
That it is close, and that he would do this even with it being close.
Yep. The Kyron Williams deal. I wonder how you see that. We've talked about that quite a bit. Adam Schefter, he reported that many believe this had to happen for the Bills and Cook to finally get on the same page. Well, it happened. And we've spent a lot of time this morning highlighting the differences between the two players. Where with Cook, you have a superior runner of the football. He's a better, more explosive runner. He's just better at running it. But the Rams, what do they value? The guy that's on the field all the time. Kyron Williams doubled the snaps of Cook in their backfield. Has over 150 pass block reps.
He had 153. 107 was second in the league.
Yeah, so 50% more pass blocks than anybody else in the league at running back, and the Rams pay that $11 million. So they're very different players, but could they ultimately end up in the same neighborhood?
I think so. I don't think it's unfair. I think it's a good, reasonable price probably to land. Are we talking 10 to 12, right? Somewhere in there?
About that.
Okay, so I don't think anybody you go into this process with James Cook. Is there any Bills fan who's saying, "Oh, I don't think you should even go to 10 million"? Maybe. I guess there's a few out there. That's probably about where. I think it's getting up to 15 or higher than that people probably had an issue with. There might be some people who go, "No, you don't pay running backs at all." I get that, right? If you have that philosophy. I think because if you look at the production of him compared to Saquon and CMC, and these guys are making the big money, Derrick Henry, you say he's not in that level. He's not on the field all the time. He's not doing all of that. So he's got to be a step below. Well, where's the step below? This is the step below, right? And I think when you talk about that kind of money, then you can get creative on how you can structure the deal, where you can give him 4 years and you can push some money out. He's making $5 million this year on the cap. I think even 5.8 or something like that. You can move money around and even save money this year on the cap if you need to. That feels about right to me. I don't know. I mean, is that what the Bills feel in him? So,
yeah.
I guess the best way I'd say it is I think production-wise, that feels where he belongs. The biggest question I still have is, do the Bills themselves, though, feel that for what they're paying Josh, what they're paying these other people, that is still a player in a position that they want to go to that kind of number with a player in their roster right now?
We're back here from St. John Fisher. We talked a little with Sal here about Hard Knocks, about the James Cook situation, now that Kyron Williams has his deal. Sal, what are we looking for today here? Injuries, it's been a long list. It's been a camp of injuries. One off day, maybe some time to get your safeties back. Like, who's on the short list of let's keep an eye out for returning to practice?
Well, Taylor Rapp did come back, but Cole Bishop has been out, obviously. The good news was the other day that no one started practice out with an injury that was new. They had a vet rest day, they had an illness, Deion Walker, and they had an excuse for Dane Jackson. Vet rest was Taron Johnson. The bad news was Balen Spector gets hurt during practice, and we all know he's had availability issues. So he's going to be out a little while. That probably opens really wide the door for Joe Andreessen, obviously, to be the backup Mike linebacker. I'm looking at my notes here to see all the names. I'm thinking right off the top of my head, Curtis Samuel, still haven't gotten him back, right, at wide receiver. Let's see. Trying to think who else who has been out there. Oh, yeah, well, I mean, obviously, Alec Anderson, Dorian Williams, Cedric Van Pran-Granger still on PUP. We're not going to see him for a while.
Yeah.
Sean McDermott said, I think after the Bucs game, they're waiting on that. So there's been quite a few guys still banged up, and you're still waiting for guys to come back. But you're right. Terrell Bernard did come back the other day. That was good.
Yeah.
Spencer Brown's back. That's good. So you're starting to get a few guys back, but every time it feels like you get guys back, another guy is out for some sort of reason, and obviously James Cook with his contract situation.
One thing Brandon Beane threw in quick when we talked to him earlier in the week was that he didn't think Cole Bishop would be back by the preseason game. That could just mean that he's practicing, but they wouldn't put him right in.
Right.
I almost wonder, are we at a point in the week where if anyone that doesn't practice today, we would assume is not playing in the preseason game Saturday?
Maybe, and I wonder about the kicker. And I brought this up a couple of times. Are they not going to kick anything on Saturday?
Or is Ray Davis?
Or is Ray Davis? He's listed as the backup kicker on the depth chart.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, unless that's just kind of having fun, but he did do it in the practice, so I think I'm going to trust it. What's going to happen there? Tyler Bass still has the pelvic injury. Do they just not kick field goals or extra points? I'm fine with that, if they want to do that, but I wonder if that's how they approach Saturday.
All right, Sal. Thank you.
You got it.
Enjoy practice. We'll talk.
All right.
We'll talk tomorrow.
Thanks.
We're going to break in open phone lines for you if you want to give us a ring on James Cook, on your thoughts on Hard Knocks. We'll take more reviews. Give us your review. We got wide open phone lines. You can jump in the chat on YouTube as well. It's spicy in there today. Bring a helmet. And Sal Mariana, he joins us at 8:30. We expect Sean McDermott in the 9 o'clock hour, Jerry Ostrowski in the 9 o'clock hour, live from St. John Fisher here on WGR. The Kyron Williams deal. I wonder how you see that. We've talked about that quite a bit. Adam Schefter, he reported that many believe this had to happen for the Bills and Cook to finally get on the same page. Well, it happened. And we've spent a lot of time this morning highlighting the differences between the two players, where with Cook you have a superior runner of the football. He's a better, more explosive runner. He's just better at running it. But the Rams, what do they value? Z-Bart, the guy that's on the field all the time. Kyron Williams doubled the snaps of Cook in their backfield. Has over 150 pass block reps.
He had 153. 107 was second in the league.
Yeah, so 50% more pass blocks than anybody else in the league at running back, and the Rams paid that $11 million. So they're very different players, but could they ultimately end up in the same neighborhood?
I think so. I don't think it's unfair. I think it's a good, reasonable price probably to land. Are we talking 10 to 12, right? Somewhere in there?
About that.
Okay, so I don't think anybody – you go into this process with James Cook. Is there any Bills fan who's saying, I don't think you should even go to $10 million? Maybe. I guess there's a few out there. That's probably about where. I think it's getting up to 15 or higher than that people probably had an issue with. There might be some people who go, no, you don't pay running backs at all. I get that, right, if you have that philosophy. I think because if you look at the production of him compared to Saquon and CMC, and these guys are making the big money, Derrick Henry, you say he's not on that level. He's not on the field all the time. He's not doing all of that. So he's got to be a step below. Well, where's the step below? This is the step below, right? And I think when you talk about that kind of money, then you can get creative on how you can structure the deal, where you can give him 4 years and you can push some money out. He's making $5 million this year on the cap. I think even 5.8 or something like that. You can move money around to even save money this year on the cap if you need to. That feels about right to me. I don't know. I mean, is that what the Bills feel in him? So,
yeah.
I guess the best way I'd say it is I think production-wise, that feels where he belongs. The biggest question I still have is, do the Bills themselves, though, feel that for what they're paying Josh, what they're paying these other people, that is still a player in a position that they want to go to that kind of number with a player in their roster right now?
And Dawkins, I mean, I've said it as many times as I ever remember to, and whether it's this or the Protector of the Year trophy or the work he does in the community or the Snowman or any of it, man, like Deion Dawkins is one of my all-time favorite people to ever come through One Bills Drive. I love him. He is such an ambassador. He's such a community asset. Deion Dawkins, and
he's at the arena like every night during the winter for Bandits and Sabres,
and just an infectious personality. Just like Josh's, left-hand man, whatever, left tackle forever, and to hear not just the thing about Dawkins, it's so interesting. There's a lot that's interesting about him, his personality, how the Bills kind of let him be that goofy side of him, but that he is such an unbelievably good left tackle. And the way that he wins and he's just I can't say enough about him. I think he's great.
I had a couple thoughts about him last night, which were as he's in the spotlight. And I thought this before. He goes on Colin Cowherd, right? He goes on some of those national shows, NFL Network a lot, Good Morning Football, that he's going to have the popularity glow up for an offensive lineman that maybe not to the fullest extent that Jason Kelsey had it, but isn't there always one really famous offensive lineman at a time in the NFL that everybody knows?
Yeah, right.
Right?
Andrew Whitworth.
Whitworth.
Yeah.
How is that not going to be Deion Dawkins? This show will help that for him. All those media appearances will be that for him. He is that already here. But is he not going to be in the next couple of years, now that he's got some Pro Bowls under his belt and he's a more established, recognized one of the best offensive tackles in football, that he's going to be the most famous lineman because of his personality? I mean, he's going to do TV one day, isn't he? Isn't he going to be on Thursday Night Football's broadcast in 15 years?
Maybe.
Totally, I think, is in the cards.
Or he'll be drifting,
Or he'll be drifting.
Field today after a day off yesterday. It's unknown if James Cook will practice with the team today after sitting out the last two practices. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Around the NFL from this morning, news from Ian Rappaport of NFL Network. Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford is dealing with an aggravated disc and has received an epidural to help treat the issue. The team calls the injury week to week, but has plans for him to be ready by week 1. Also with the Rams, running back Kyron Williams signed a 3-year contract extension with the team yesterday. The deal is worth up to $33 million with $23 million guaranteed at signing. Williams has 31 touchdowns for the Rams since 2023 and is only behind Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley in rushing yards over the last 2 seasons. Following Micah Parsons' trade request on Friday, Jerry Jones said yesterday that the Cowboys front office has yet to contact Parsons' agent and begin any sort of negotiations. Also says that he hasn't even talked to Parsons himself. Jones was also asked on his confidence level on if Parsons would play in the team's season opener, which he replied, quote, "No, absolutely not. A big part of that is his decision. How would I know that?" And wide receiver Keenan Allen is headed back to the LA Chargers after just 1 season away from the team. Allen signed a 1-year, $8.5 million deal with the team yesterday, according to NFL Network's Tom Pelissero. Allen played his first 11 seasons with the Chargers and played last year with the Chicago Bears. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Honestly, I feel like he has it all. The timing, the accuracy, the placement, the speed, the awareness.
He has it all.
The field recognition. I mean, what else? He audibles in the backfield. When you turn on Joe tape, it's different from Josh Allen's tape. Completely different. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So people game plan against Josh Allen, not against Joe Burrow. They play against his game weapons. You know what I'm saying? So that's the difference.
So
interesting.
What is he saying?
He's saying
that they don't game plan against Joe Burrow.
Yeah, which kind of comes off as critical of your own guy, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, people game plan against Josh Allen, not against Joe Burrow.
Interesting.
He's saying because you can't plan around playing Joe Burrow.
Okay, so it's the ultimate compliment. It's they know they can't because he's too good.
Maybe. I don't know, though. Like, the exact quote is people game plan against Josh Allen, not against Joe Burrow. They game plan against his game weapons.
Right.
That almost sounds like they game plan against me and T.
Right.
Not against him, which would come off as critical. But, I don't know. Why would he be trying to criticize Joe Burrow at this point? Not like, did you see the Tyreek Hill, Devon Achane thing from earlier in the week?
Yes, they're arguing over whether or not he can be a 3-down back or something.
Well, Hill said in a press conference, like, hey, how can we improve the offense this year? He's like, maybe we don't put Achane out there in short yardage situations as often. And Achane tweeted back at the clip, like, oh yeah? Really? Yeah. That's what we need to improve on?
803-0550. We are live at St. John Fisher. You can jump on. We go wide open phone lines. All right, let's have a post-game show. How did you like the Hard Knocks debut, if you saw it? What did you like about it? I would ask what you didn't like about it. I don't know if there's anything to not like about it, really. There was not a lot of drama. It was the introductory episode, the pilot of this training camp story, I suppose. Josh Allen, Deion Dawkins, Trey White featured prominently, Christian Benford in there a little bit.
Yeah.
One name we haven't brought up yet, and shocker that this appealed to me, Josh Palmer. So Palmer, the way that they described it on Hard Knocks, the narration was bring a new element to this offense. And there's a couple highlights of he and Josh throwing fade patterns, right? He's trying to get a release off the line and then throw a fade pattern, release and throw a fade. And they complete it, or maybe they just miss it, and Josh I want it again. Do it again. Let's do it again. And then Josh drops one right where he wants it and says, that's the one. And I appreciate whatever. If Josh is being a perfectionist there, that's pretty great. It's pretty cool. But the idea that Palmer can add a new element to their offense, are we appropriately valuing what that is right now? Because if that thing hits and he can be a man beater on the outside and he can stretch the field, I mean, he's a guy that has done that. And if he does it for this offense, that is definitely an element they did not have last year. A field stretcher, somebody that can do that. For all the we talked about receivers coming into this year and how this group has a good amount of depth.
Yeah,
it has not been a camp where Elijah Moore has really done much. But Palmer feels like there's been a drumbeat of they're working together, they're getting it on the same page. And here, first episode of Hard Knocks, you see a little bit of that about these two working together. They talk about how he had a pairing with Justin Herbert his entire career until this point. Now he gets to jump in with Josh Allen. So optimistic about what that can turn into.
What is hits? What is hits for him? That's always my question, because it said it on the show yesterday that when they're introducing Palmer and they're showing the clips of him in L.A., the narrator says that he comes in with pedigree. And I thought, he does? Like, he's a known player. He earned a decent contract.
Yep.
Pedigree. Like, he has 1 year over 600 yards in the National Football League. I don't think he's a bad player. I think he's got a skill set that is perfect for what the Bills needed. But this is not some Pro Bowler or All-Pro player that they signed. He could be better than he was with the Chargers. It's certainly possible. But one defense you hear about Elijah Moore and other receivers that have come here is, well, look who he's throwing to. Look who's throwing him passes.
Yep.
Elijah Moore, it's Flacco and Zach Wilson and Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Just nobodies. Like, Josh Palmer played with Justin Herbert for 4 years, and I know they're different, but Justin Herbert has like the most passing yards in NFL history in his first 4 seasons. It's not like
who did he throw it to?
They were putting up numbers in LA, and he had fine seasons, but I'm not just going to assume that he's going to go for 1,000 because now he's playing with Josh Allen. I think Josh Allen's better than Justin Herbert, but we're talking about regular season stats here. And for me, hits might just be what he did in his best season. Give me what your best year was. 72 catches, 800 yards. That's hits.
I might define hits as gets extended.
After this one?
Somewhere along the way here. He's young. Palmer is 25.
Yeah, he is.
Wait, when's his birthday? You've defined.
Oh, no, yeah, that's right. Playoff 26.
Okay, Joe has defined
playoff
how
26.
How old you are in the playoffs is your
That's
age.
Your season age.
Okay, so he's going to be 26. He's
26.
currently 25. And, it is kind of funny how we view all this, like what's a hit and what's not a hit. Josh Palmer's best season is also about the same as Khalil Shakir's best season. Khalil Shakir last year, 100 targets, 76 catches, 821 yards. Yep. Palmer, 107 targets, 72 catches, 769.
Yep.
So if they added another Shakir, again, that's not like a top-tier elite 1A receiver, nothing like that. It's not even probably maybe the second grouping of those players. But if he is Shakir on the outside, that's an improvement. I mean, last year their outside option was Mac Hollins and an inconsistent Keon Coleman maybe that still flashed.
And then went out and got Cooper.
Yeah, they went and got Cooper, and he's nowhere. Like I think we can honestly say the Cooper thing just flat out didn't really work.
But they wanted it.
They wanted it.
They felt they needed more on the outside.
And this year,
had one monster game that they lost.
Isn't the Palmer signing the Cooper didn't work? Let's do that again, right? This is the Cooper role. Also, one little nugget there in Hard Knocks, and I wonder if this is something that Josh Palmer has a future in. There's a play where they throw to Shakir and he gets all these yak yards, right? And Brady highlights Shavers and talking about how he's running a route. He says, call it a Joe Brady route because you're not getting the ball on this play.
Yep.
You're just basically running a clear out. And he highlighted Shavers and pointed out how he loved the effort here to help spring Shakir for a longer run.
He sprinted all the way across the field to block a guy.
If that is now a more threatening player, like maybe in that play that Brady's talking about, it's Shavers, but maybe in a game, that's Palmer. And Palmer is going to hit more than Mac Hollins and going to hit more than Coleman. I mean, he's faster. Right. He's faster and he's a man beater, and the Bills didn't have that. So if now I've got a man beater in a spot like pulling coverage away, maybe that helps them get the piece of the offense that they might be missing. Again, it's hard to make a case they were missing all that much, but explosiveness is some of what they were missing, and maybe Palmer hits in that way.
Hits would, at a minimum, I don't think this is really controversial, would be him beating what Cooper was on pace for last year. Does that sound fair?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Cooper was not on pace for much.
Last year, Cooper was on pace for 600 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Over a season?
Actually, a little bit more. 650 yards and 5 touchdowns. That's the minimum.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Anything lower than that is, I would almost call it abject failure.
Well,
as a signing. If you're not reaching at least that.
It's part of the whole everybody eats. What standard are we allowed to hold for any player on production? Shakir got paid. Knox got paid. Kincaid's a high pick, a first-round pick. Coleman's a second-round pick. $11 million for Palmer.
Right, they can't all be wins.
9. Right, exactly. As long as the offense wins, I guess that's the point that Brandon Beane wants to make, and he's not wrong to do it. But
really, the thing about Cooper is, maybe you would take this about Palmer, is every third game he makes a couple plays that helps you. Tennessee, the first game he plays, 4 for 66 and a touchdown. I'll take 4 of those 5 of those from Palmer this year. 6 for 95 against the Rams. That was on 14 targets. 3 for 56 and a touchdown against the Jets. 2 for 55. If Palmer's mixing in games like that, it would be I think they have less of the dud games. And Cooper had a 0. He had a 1 for 10. He had a 3 for 12. And you're not going to want more than a couple of those, I think, for Palmer, even if the offense is working. You paid the guy for a reason. Take another, step in that department, beating man coverage and a guy on the outside that, there's there are some similarities in Cooper's stats that I think could appear in Palmer with a decent increase.
Allie in Denver is up. Good morning, Allie.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How's it going today?
Good.
I wanted to call in about Hard Knocks. I think there's a bunch of us. Obviously, I'm from Wyoming originally that became Bills fans when Josh got drafted, but have been, following the team for whatever this is his 8th season. And I think a lot of us, I know I was talking to my family last night on the phone. We listen to you guys. There's people that call in from, Wyoming and Colorado all the time. But the Hard Knocks thing for me that really stood out, we know how great these guys are. And people always say, who's your favorite Bill? Is it Josh Allen? Taron Johnson's my guy. I love Taron. So we all have a good depth of knowledge of the team. But I think just being able to see kind of the scenery of St. John Fisher, we've all heard about it. We listen to you guys. I think some of the texture that provides for those of us who don't live out there, but who love the team, follow the team, live and die, with the team out here in Chiefs and Broncos country. It was really, really cool. And I'm just excited to see kind of who they feature. It was also really dope to see a lot of the new guys who, I haven't heard from a lot. I thought that was really fun as well. So I think that's maybe, I don't know if everyone's talked about that, but for those of us who are in Bills Mafia but are far afield, but listen to you guys, love Sal and Maddie and Stephen Brownie and all, Shope and Bulldog, it's fun to get to see all the stuff that you guys kind of talk about. So in addition to the team.
It's almost like training camp as it kind of exists. It's like one of the last mysteries in sports, you know know what's happening. But even the footage that you get is very closely protected by teams, and the local news can only shoot so much, and it's not a broadcast angle. So you are really taking, I know it's viewed behind the scenes when you're going to these meetings, but even to be here at all is something that's not like it's broadcast live. So there's still some mystery kind of to it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really, and also just how beautiful it is. It is gorgeous, and no wonder they like going there and just getting to see all that. And even down to the ice cream shop, I feel like everybody talks about that. And I was like, oh, well, there it is. That's cool to see. It's a real place. So that was just really, really fun.
Yeah. Thanks, Ellie. Thanks for calling. I loved it too. I made the comparison a little earlier. We are here a lot, and it felt like watching that episode, I was watching a golf tournament after touring the course. I've seen all those places. I know exactly that walk, that ride. And, for anybody that was able to see it last night, maybe you kind of started to finally put it together. Oh, they're practicing over here. And, there's a field over there. And as they walk through the tunnel, they showed a little bit of that, right? Alan saying, I'll sign for you guys after practice, and walking through. And, that's stuff that we see every day. And maybe if you just hear about training camp and we say, who's the first one on the field? That's the tunnel they walk through, and we can be here during a training camp, and you can kind of guess who walks through the tunnel based on the pop that they get from the fans. Hamlin was in this episode a lot too.
Yeah,
I'm eager to see what more they do with him. Hamlin is, of course, we talk about him as a safety and a guy on the team, and he's back in another 1-year deal. But there's no doubt that just seeing him again and whatever, just seeing him and hearing from him conjures up oh yeah, right. You could never forget that.
Right. And all the things that he's doing now with legislation and defibrillators and planes and schools, and if they tell more about his story, there's going to be more layers that I'm sure, especially maybe Bills fans will notice a little bit more, but football fans that maybe lost track of him after he didn't win Comeback Player of the Year. That was another thought I had yesterday. Just every time his story comes up, it's just so gross to me that he didn't win that award. So gross to me.
803-0550. NFL Red Zone is coming to ESPN. So a lot of NFL content and features are added to ESPN's direct-to-consumer service. You can just buy the ESPN direct-to-consumer. It's $30 a month.
Yeah.
Will include Red Zone. And
but that will, I think, no longer mean commercial-free football.
I don't know about that. The other thing the ESPN has just announced is they're going to now have WrestleMania.
Yeah.
The big WWE events, I saw WWE announce this, are going to ESPN. So right as they launch their direct-to-consumer, which comes out, I think, in 2 weeks.
Yep.
$30 a month. What am I getting for it? You might get Red Zone and wrestling.
Right.
Which are, big events.
All the NFL fantasy properties, too, they're getting. I'll be interested. What do they do with Red Zone? Who's hosting Red Zone? Scott Hansen's been doing it for years and I think does a great job. I don't even know if these were serious tweets. Like if Stephen A. Smith is going to do it.
No.
Or Pat McAfee is going to do it. Like what are they? What talent are they going to put behind Red Zone? Just keep Scott Hansen doing it. That's what I would do.
Ron and Alden. Hey, Ron.
Hey, good morning, guys. So I know watching Hard Knocks made me think about my call to you yesterday when I was comparing real life to NFL life. And you said, Ron, be careful comparing them that way because they are kind of the same. So seeing where Knox and his wife were packing and she was complaining the way he was packing, saying, no, not like this. And I'm thinking, oh, okay, yeah, that's real life. Yeah, that I go through that sometimes. I don't know how to pack. But that was kind of cool, just saying, just playing where his underwear goes and what this. And she goes, you need that much stuff for this thing? It's just really funny to watch that and the kids being involved and all that stuff. So just seeing that behind-the-scenes real-life stuff that, we just see them on Sundays and we get mad at them when they drop a pass and, but they have to go home and, live this with their family and they, talk about what they did wrong. They probably blame themselves a lot. And I'm like, yeah, they go home from work like we do and, probably bring their work home once in a while. But, yeah, that's the part I think I'm going to like the most is see more the family aspect because we know the players, but but to see how they interact with their families is going to be pretty cool. So that's the stuff I'm looking forward. So, all right, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Ron. Thanks for the phone call. Seeing those players in their elements. These series have long done that, right? Like the 24/7 series did that a lot with hockey players, and
all those Hard Knocks series in the past that I can remember have done a lot of that.
Yeah.
Although, am I right in I don't know. I don't remember enough to know, would they focus on bigger name players like this as much versus, stories of undrafted guys and, bubble roster guys as they try to make the roster? I mean, that could be up to the team, too. What would the Bills prefer? Hey, I know, sometimes you'll tell the story of the guy that's, right on the bubble. Tell the story of the guys that have been here.
Right.
And the guys that, maybe not the league doesn't know as much as they should.
A lot of the Hard Knocks fear, or if anybody still kind of has the distraction kind of thing.
Yeah.
I'll maintain nothing the Giants did was bad. Nothing bad actually did happen.
No, I mean it looked bad after the fact.
It looked bad because they decided we shouldn't pay a running back huge money for a team that doesn't have a quarterback. This is not the way to build, which everybody pretty much agrees with.
Yeah, the owner said he'd lose sleep, though, if he went to Philly. That was the other part of it.
Okay, so the owner said, I wish I were meddling and taking control, which people also don't like.
Right.
Then the running back went to another team and had success. Not that surprising. He's good. He went to a better team and he won. Imagine if the Bills decide through all this, you know what? Doesn't make sense for us. Let's get rid of James Cook. And then he goes, he has a 1,600-yard season. Is that bad? We would have known. They decide. I guess a trade is different than just letting a guy walk because a trade is more active in the role.
Yep.
But nothing with the Giants, I feel like it was wildly overblown. That franchise is kind of a mess because of their quarterback situation, and Joe Shane and Brian Daboll have maybe not had a good run there. But it wasn't Hard Knocks that really did anything. They had a draft board up on the screen with color-coded stuff.
That nobody knew what it meant.
Right.
Yeah. How much of their embarrassment was the Hard Knocks clip, and how much of the embarrassment was just
Barkley
your
dunking
star
on their souls.
Player went to your division rival and had the best season ever?
Right. He dunked on your franchise's soul.
If they hadn't been on Hard Knocks, would they not still have been embarrassed? Wouldn't they have? The other thing that happened last year that really didn't end up blowing up in their face at all, and being remembered, was Joe Shane trying to move up to draft a quarterback and not being able to do that.
Right.
Very clearly trying to replace Daniel Jones and then not being able to do that. That could have even made him look good, though, because Jones was so bad in the season. So, yeah, there really wasn't anything that bad. But there's controversial, there's looking embarrassed, and there's other things that maybe you just wouldn't want to be seen. The Colts conversation with Vontae Davis way back when in Hard Knocks, when they're telling him he's been traded. And he's he can't believe it. He's almost beside himself. That's a conversation that was in Hard Knocks that if you got something like that, I wonder if we would see it. Again, like the running joke is that every day someone's trading A.J. Epinesa.
Right.
What if they do it? What if they do it during camp? Bills make a lot of trades during training camp. What if they make a trade like that? Are we going to get that sit-down conversation when Brandon Beane is telling him you've been traded? Because I kind of feel like we might not see that.
Right.
Even though there have been past iterations of this show where the camera is right in there and you're looking at the guy's first reaction to hearing that news.
803-0550 coming up this hour. Next segment, maybe the end of this segment. I've got what's today, Wednesday? Okay, yeah, so pick of the week's tomorrow. I've got a narrative challenger for you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, on a coach that's on the hot seat, a potential narrative challenger.
Okay.
So we'll get to that and continue covering training camp. We expect to hear from Sean McDermott here. Sit with us in the 9 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that. Jump on YouTube. Give us a like. Give us a subscribe. Listen in here. However you want to. Give us a ring. We have wide open phone lines. We can hang with you here from St. John Fisher on WGR. That Kyron Williams signed his contract extension with the Los Angeles Rams, and there have been many who thought these two would be in the same kind of bucket, the same tier. Adam Schefter even went so far as to say many in the league thought this deal had to happen first, and that might pave the way for the Bills and Cook to finalize their deal. Diana Rossini tweeted and reported that Cook's sitting out of 2 practices was indeed an effort to get it across the finish line because they are close. So now I've got Diana Rossini, Adam Schefter, and Tom Pelissero. I've got multiple networks, multiple reporters saying it is not that far apart. And Rossini going so far as to say he's out to try and get it closed, which, you might not agree with the strategy, but that's somebody has told Diana Rossini that, or it's her takeaway that that's the case. So we'll see.
It'll be interesting to me if he signs for a number around that, because that's a number I've believed he wouldn't sign for. That sounds like the number the Bills had been offering.
Maybe.
Just as a hunch. I don't know. They could have been offering 8 for all I know. But around $11 million per year.
Yep.
Like whenever we've guessed at like what they could be at, I feel like haven't we kind of landed on the Bills are probably at like 10 or 11 and Cook's at 15?
Yeah, we've kind of even said, well, I don't agree. I don't think Cook's at 15. I think that's just a tweet. That's a tweet from months ago.
But then maybe that would imply the Bills would be lower than that because
for sure.
Because if they're at 11 and he's out at 15, what is he at 13?
He might be at 12.
And this whole thing being over $2 million just seems like that'd be crazy.
But it could be $2 million guaranteed. It? Because Kyron Williams got $23 million guaranteed, so $33 million and $23 guaranteed.
Yep.
Maybe the deal's close and the Bills are at $19 guaranteed and he's at $23 guaranteed.
Yep.
So it's ultimately $2 million to the middle, but $4 million apart, and it's just on that.
If that's it, though, is he holding in?
I don't know. Diana Rossini, her report is that,
that could be the case.
That's it. That it's close.
That it is close, and that he would do this even with it being close.
Yep. And Dawkins, I've said it as many times as I ever remember to, and whether it's this or the Protector of the Year trophy or the work he does in the community or the Snowman or any of it, man, Deion Dawkins is one of my all-time favorite people to ever come through One Bills Drive. I love him. He is such an ambassador. He's such a community asset. Deion Dawkins, and
he's at the arena every night during the winter for Bandits and Sabres,
and just an infectious personality. Just Josh's left-hand man, whatever, left tackle forever, and to hear not just the thing about Dawkins, it's so interesting. There's a lot that's interesting about him, his personality, how the Bills kind of let him be that goofy side of him, but that he is such an unbelievably good left tackle. And the way that he wins and he's just I can't say enough about him. I think he's great.
I had a couple thoughts about him last night, which were as he's in the spotlight. And I thought this before. He goes on Colin Cowherd, right? He goes on some of those national shows, NFL Network a lot, Good Morning Football, that he's going to have the popularity glow up for an offensive lineman that maybe not to the fullest extent that Jason Kelce had it, but isn't there always one really famous offensive lineman at a time in the NFL that everybody knows?
Yeah, right.
Right?
Andrew Whitworth.
Whitworth.
Yeah.
How is that not going to be Deion Dawkins? This show will help that for him. All those media appearances will be that for him. He is that already here. But is he not going to be in the next couple of years, now that he's got some Pro Bowls under his belt and he's a more established, recognized one of the best offensive tackles in football, that he's going to be the most famous lineman because of his personality? I mean, he's going to do TV one day, isn't he? Isn't he going to be on Thursday Night Football's broadcast in 15 years?
Maybe.
Totally, I think, is in the cards.
Or he'll be drifting,
Or he'll be drifting.
The Bills back at practice later today after a day off yesterday. Unknown as of now if James Cook will practice with the team today after sitting out the last two practices. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. Buy Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Around the NFL from this morning, Ian Rappaport of NFL Network says that Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford is dealing with an aggravated disc and has received an epidural to help treat the issue. The team calls the injury week to week, but has plans for him to be ready by week 1. Also news with the Rams from yesterday, running back Kyron Williams signed a 3-year contract extension with the team. Deal is worth up to $33 million, with $23 million guaranteed at signing. Williams has 31 touchdowns with the Rams since 2023 and is only behind Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley in rushing yards over the last 2 seasons. Another new contract yesterday, wide receiver Keenan Allen headed back to the LA Chargers after only 1 season away from the team. Allen signed a 1-year, $8.5 million deal with the team yesterday, according to NFL Network's Tom Pelissero. Allen played his first 11 seasons with the Chargers and played last year with the Chicago Bears. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I don't really talk to James about his situation. I just control what I can control. It's about just coming out here and doing what I can do. It's kind of a next man up mentality for practice. So, whoever's getting reps, me, Ty, Diev, or Frank, we just got to go out there and, keep playing ball and, let everything take care of itself.
It's Bills running back Ray Davis. Bills' current RB1, maybe, depending. We'll see what today's practice brings. Jeremy White, Sneaky Joe DiBiase live from St. John Fisher here once again for practice today and practice tomorrow. And we welcome in Sal Mariana joining us here at Fisher. Good to have you here again. Good to chat. How are you?
Appreciate it. It was a very nice bump there since I was the one who asked Ray Davis that question. So you didn't know that, but that was really well done, guys. Great to be here. For me, it's sad that it's over tomorrow because I love when they're in my backyard. So but it's been a good couple weeks here.
Yeah. I mean, we've had great weather. It's been hot. But, you can feel the mornings starting to switch a little bit towards football weather as it's cooler.
Yep, it is. I do my, I'm big on walking these days. So I get my morning walk in, and I'm not coming home drenched in sweat right now. So that's been nice. But, the weather's been unbelievable. I mean, my God. Has it rained? It rained the one practice.
Yeah. One day.
For 15 minutes?
Yep.
And that wasn't even that much. So,
right.
We're very lucky here.
Sal Mariana of the Rochester Democrat and Chronicle, and also host of the Believe in Bills podcast. So James Cook, there's kind of news every day on this. It was a lot of the offseason, and then he shows up. All right, we think it's over. Then he's holding in. Now the Kyron Williams contract gets signed by the Rams, and I saw Adam Schefter say many believe maybe that had to happen first. There's some reporting, Sal, that the sides might be close. You buy that? You think that maybe this isn't as bad as it looks right now?
Yeah, I think they're probably in the same ballpark now. I don't know how close they are. But, look, the Bills have made it very clear that they really don't want to invest huge money in any running back, whether it's James Cook or anybody else. It's just how they do things, but a lot of teams do it that way. I think the Kyron Williams contract is very interesting. And I'll say this, and it won't make Bills fans happy, but look at the snap counts, right?
Yeah.
The production is pretty much the same. He does have more snap counts. And I think there's also a reason why Cook doesn't get the high snap counts. Not only is he, not great in pass protection, which they've told us a million times, I also think his body, his frame, is not built for 350 touches. And I think, he'll deny that. But I think the Bills realize they want this guy for the whole season. They like their depth at running back, so they don't want to kill James Cook. And, of course, the whammy to that is that his stats, his touches, his snap counts are a little bit less. And that I'm sure the Bills are using that as their defense in this contract negotiation. So, it's tough.
Yeah, we're never privy to what the two sides are bringing to the table in their discussions, but the Bills very well might say, hey, we think you're a great running back when you're on the field, but we do not think you should be on the field more than you are. They believe maybe in the efficiency of what he does, which he is very efficient and very explosive. He brings a dynamic element to this offense that I do think it needs.
Yeah, let's make no bones about it. He's the best running back on this team by a lot. I like Ray Davis as a player. Ty Johnson does what he does. James Cook is the best back on this team. Their offense would be impacted if he's not on the field. He's that good. Again, the long-term commitment, though, to a running back. We say this, I've been saying this for decades, you can find running backs. There's always, if you have a good offensive line, and the Bills actually have a very good offensive line, with the league MVP at quarterback, in your day when you were in better shape, or my day, we could have run for this team. That's, because you can find running backs to be very good in your offense. I like Cook. I like Cook a lot as a player. I think he brings a lot to this offense. I understand what the Bills are doing here. They don't want to make that long-term commitment to a running back. Now, do I think it'll get done? It feels like the winds are blowing and that it will. Like you said, Jeremy, the Kyron Williams contract might have been the one that sets the exact market. I wouldn't be surprised if the Bills do a 3-year, what did he get, $23 million guaranteed?
23 guaranteed, 3 for 33.
33, yeah, right? So, yeah. Something in that range, maybe a bit lower, but maybe he gets $20 million guaranteed, and he should take that. He should jump all over that deal if it happens.
Yeah. Do you feel like, talking about the contract maybe getting done before the start of the season, that the team might be more willing to have him play on the final year of his deal than Cook would? And that's kind of why maybe the hold-in comes about. The Bills maybe would have thought, all right, we're good at this number, and if you don't sign it, we're perfectly fine with you playing that final year. Yeah. And Cook's hold-in could be about, I'm not about that life. I'm not trying to, he would be more pushing for the deal before the start of the season than the Bills would.
Oh, absolutely. He's pushing for the deal. I think the Bills would have been perfectly comfortable going into this season, have him play it out, see what happens. There's not saying that if he plays this year on the original contract that they couldn't re-sign him in the offseason. The chances certainly go down because at that point he's probably aggravated and doesn't want to come back. But I think the Bills would be perfectly comfortable going into this season with him on the final year of the deal, almost like a prove-it deal, and tell him, hey, James, if you have a great year, we'd love to have you back, but you could go into free agency and you could probably get a pretty good deal. I think that's where the Bills are at this point.
The other big story of training camp, or maybe coming in, was the idea the Bills changing over a lot of defensive pieces, a lot of new faces, whether that's Joey Bosa, Michael Hoyt, Larry Ogunjobi, the draft dedicated to the defense. What kind of expectation do you think people should have for the defense to improve from where it was last year?
Yeah, I think the defense is markedly better. I do. I love the investment they made in the defensive line, and they've been doing that for a little while, right? They have thrown assets at the D line, and it just really hasn't worked out all that well. But I like the moves they made this year. It's really unfortunate that Hoyt and Ogunjobi won't be able to play the first 6 weeks, because I would have loved to have seen this defense fully together in week 1. Landon Jackson, I really liked that pick. I haven't really noticed him a whole lot in practice. So we'll see on that. Bosa, obviously the big name. Let's just see. Let's hope he can get through a season healthy. I have my doubts about it. But overall, I love the D tackles they brought in. I think Walker is going to be slow played. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of Deion Walker early. But Sanders, I think, will be in there immediately. So I really like what they did there. And then Harrison, it's unfortunate. I mean, it was too bad. I don't think he was beating Trey White out regardless. I really don't. I think I've been saying since day one, and especially watching Trey live and in person here, he looks good. He looks like the player, not maybe not the All-Pro, but he definitely looks like he's back to being close to what he was.
Yeah.
I think he was going to win that job. Anyways, now, unfortunately, Harrison's in that Cole Bishop situation where he's going to miss so much time that his season's going to be really kind of turned upside down.
Yeah, and really that kind of gets to how long could it be until he gets in there? Or really, do they ever feel the need for him to get in there? Maybe they want to do some rotation at some point during the year just to make sure he gets something. But if Trey White looks as good as he has in camp and doesn't give them a reason to put him on the bench and stays healthy, I mean, it really could be lost year's the wrong term for Harrison. Redshirt year maybe would be a better.
Redshirt year. Like, again, Cole Bishop. We started to see Cole Bishop in the second half of the season, and then obviously in the postseason he played a lot. I think we could see that with Harrison. The difference, though, is they had some injuries in the safety position. Rapp missed some time. Hamlin was out. Mm-hmm. If Trey White and Christian Benford stay healthy and are playing well, and I would anticipate that Benford certainly will, and maybe Trey White will, they might be starting all year. And Harrison is only used in certain situations. Get him on the field for his speed. I think that is probably what's going to happen here.
Speaking of the defense, how concerned do you think we should be with Bishop? We don't know the timeline on his injury, but, I mean, the ticket to that safety room getting better is him. Mm-hmm. And this is a couple of years now, 2 years in a row, where he's had some injury before the start of the season. I don't know what you saw from him when he was on the field before the injury, too. So where are you at with him?
Yeah, it's a concern. I mean, this is 2 years in a row. This is a second-round pick. They need more bang for their buck here. I mean, this has been disappointing. This is very early, so let's hope it's, the difference this year, obviously, is that he's had a whole season with the Bills. He knows the defense. He's fully ingrained now. So to miss time in this training camp won't be as damaging, obviously, as it was last year. But he needs to get on the field and show that he can stay on the field. That's a big thing. I like him as a player. And, I think some people don't like Taylor Rapp as much as I do. I think Taylor Rapp is a good player, too. I think they're going to be okay at safety if they can stay on the field. Their depth, we'll see. I'm not sure about their depth, but, yeah, Bishop's a concern. He's got to start figuring out a way to not get hurt every time.
Bill's other second-round pick from last year, Keon Coleman. Are you buying the build-up this offseason?
Well, the inconsistency is starting to get a little maddening, right? I mean, there's no doubt he has talent, and we see it out here. We saw it last year. He makes plays, but my God, there's just too much there's too many drops. There's too much inconsistency in his game. McDermott has said that. I think even Brady has said it, that he's got to get some of that out of his game. The way it looked to me, guys, early in the camp, at least the first week maybe, it almost seemed like they want him to be their number one receiver. Like, it's not Josh Palmer and obviously Elijah Moore. Khalil Shakir is their slot guy. It almost felt like Allen was purposely going to Coleman to establish him as the number one guy. And he made some nice plays, and he also had some drops. So I need some consistency from that guy.
All right. Sal Mariana of the Rochester Democrat and Chronicle, the Believe in Bills podcast, and also the publisher of Pinstripe People Yankees newsletter.
Oh, boy.
I've seen a couple of Yankees gifs today, people tweeting out they've lost 5 in a row.
I checked your Twitter, but before you come on, I do that with every guest, and it's like just weeks of Devin Williams is terrible, Boone, just like it doesn't seem like it's going great.
No, it's not going great. They have kind of hit they've hit the proverbial iceberg at this point. And what was crazy was last week they made all these deals at the trade deadline to improve their team. And I got to say, I really thought they improved their team. They did exactly what they needed to do. And now they've lost 5 straight games with all these new guys. And some of those new guys have contributed to this meltdown. It is nuts. They went from 7 games up on May 28th. They're now 6.5 behind the Blue Jays. That's staggering.
Yeah.
That's a staggering collapse in 2+ months.
So if people want to get in on the newsletter and commiserate with you, how do they do it?
Well, if you go to the top of my Twitter feed, it's the pinned tweet. You can just click on that, add your email, you're on the list, and it's building. It's been pretty good, and I think people enjoy it more when they lose because I kind of save my best stuff, the rants, for when they lose. Sure. And right now I'm on quite a roll, so yeah, It's been fun to read, I think.
Very good. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of camp, and we'll chat down the line during the season.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Sal Mariana of the Rochester Democrat and Chronicle. Sean McDermott, we expect around 9 o'clock, so stay tuned. If you want to jump on board, we've got some open phone lines as well. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe live from St. John Fisher. And I also think people are, when talking about this, last night the Williams deal came out, and even Nate Geary from he's on our pre and post coverage and intermission said, like, yes, this is the neighborhood. Kyron Williams is more of the neighborhood, not Barkley. Barkley makes more than 20. Cook is not asking for Barkley money. He's not asking for McCaffrey money. He's asking for big money in the running back game and more than the franchise tag is right now. But it's funny, like 15, if that is his ask, is between Kyron Williams and Barkley.
Yeah.
And if you want to ask, where is James Cook ultimately as a running back? We all acknowledge that there might be some gaps to his game, and he doesn't pass block reliably. You know who does? Kyron Williams. Kyron Williams is great in pass protection. Saw some highlights yesterday of clips of Kyron Williams not running the football, but rather destroying a blitzing linebacker because he's really good at that.
He also has a quarterback that you need that a lot more than this quarterback.
That is right. That is a great point. That is a great call out. So Kyron Williams is a much better, he's on the field a lot more. James Cook is a superior runner of the football. Period.
Yeah.
James Cook is a lot better at that than Kyron Williams is. The Rams, to the chagrin of some, play Kyron Williams all the time.
Like more than any running back in the league.
I say this as someone who has him in Dynasty and loves it. But as a running back, James Cook you get the ball in their hands, Cook is far superior to Kyron Williams.
As a runner.
As a runner,
he is definitely far superior.
So, you could make the comparison about these two and the tier that they're in, but if you want to start comparing them, what are you paying for? The Rams are paying for a guy that's not great running the football, but is reliable in pass protection. They can put him out there all the time, and they can trust him. And for the Bills, if they would offer the same exact contract, what are they paying for? Explosive runner that they can't trust all the times in those situations. So while, yes, they are tiered similarly and they might be financially, they're not that similar in the way that they play. And Dawkins, I've said it as many times as I ever remember to, and whether it's this or the Protector of the Year trophy or the work he does in the community or the Snowman or any of it, man, like Deion Dawkins is one of my all-time favorite people to ever come through One Bills Drive. I love him. He is such an ambassador. He's such a community asset, Deion Dawkins, and
he's at the arena like every night during the winter for Bandits and Sabres, and
just an infectious personality. Just like Josh's, left-hand man, whatever, left tackle forever, and to hear not just the thing about Dawkins, it's so interesting. There's a lot that's interesting about him, his personality, how the Bills kind of let him be that goofy side of him, but that he is such an unbelievably good left tackle. And the way that he wins, and he's just, I can't say enough about him. Like I think he's great.
I had a couple thoughts about him last night, which were like as he's in the spotlight. And I thought this before. He goes on Colin Cowherd, right? He goes on some of those national shows, NFL Network a lot, Good Morning Football. That he's gonna have the popularity glow up for an offensive lineman that. Maybe not to the fullest extent that Jason Kelce had it, but isn't there always like one really famous offensive lineman at a time in the NFL that everybody knows?
Yeah, right.
Right? Like
Andrew Whitworth.
Andrew Whitworth.
Yeah.
How is that not going to be Deion Dawkins? Like, this show will help that for him. All those media appearances will be that for him. He is that already here. But is he not going to be in the next couple of years, now that he's got some Pro Bowls under his belt and he's a more established, recognized one of the best offensive tackles in football, that he's going to be like the most famous lineman because of his personality? I mean, he's going to do TV one day, isn't he? Isn't he going to be on Thursday Night Football's broadcast in like 15 years?
Maybe.
Like, totally, I think, is in the cards.
Or he'll be drifting,
Or he'll be drifting.
Okay. So I saw Warren Sharp post something that was a little bit of a narrative challenging statistic.
Okay. Interested in this?
Yes. So
anything that challenges the narrative.
We'll make it trivia. Warren Sharp posted, there's a bad narrative about Mike McDaniel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Right?
Mike McDaniel. What's going on there?
With his quarterback one,
yeah,
his record is blank. Win percentage of blank. The trivia is, name for me all of the NFL coaches with a better win percentage overall than Mike McDaniel with Tua.
Andy Reid.
Incorrect.
Okay, this is going to be a short list. Sean McVay.
Incorrect.
Sean McDermott.
Incorrect.
Nobody.
There's two.
Matt LaFleur.
Incorrect.
Active?
Active coaches.
Is this going to be like a guy who coached 1 year?
No, I'll just give it to you. Sirianni and Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh.
Sirianni. It's so funny he's on that list because he would never come to my mind on the best coaches in the league.
It's
okay,
odd,
but yeah, that
so
makes sense.
He points out with Tua, McDaniel's 25-13.
Okay.
And he loses with his backups all the time.
Okay.
He actually wrote 7th best in the NFL. I don't know why he wrote 7th best when I did the numbers on win percentage. You know what it is? It's like Andy Reid's is his career, not his Mahomes numbers. And that might be true of like a couple others here. Like in that time, it might be 7th in that 25-13 stretch. Anyway,
gotcha.
So Mike McDaniel, give him Tua. They win a lot. Now they don't often beat good teams. That is part of the narrative, and that's probably true.
Correct.
So that's out there. Anyway, little intro.
The shine on him is definitely diminishing, I would say, on McDaniel.
Yeah,
and the Dolphins. I mean, every story about their camp seems to be like, this is going to be bad.
Yeah.
It's injuries for the year. It is the coach saying that we're a day closer to death. It's Tyreek Hill and the running back being in disagreement about something. Like, none of it seems to be good.
Yep. Not good.
Which, I'm not complaining.
You had a fantasy fade or fantasy find for us?
Fantasy fade or fantasy find. You tell me where you're going to land on this guy. First of all,
great moments in fantasy fade, fantasy find was Kyron Williams last year returned a kick, and everyone thought he was done for Blake Corum. Then he played the most snaps of any running back and got an extension.
That's right. Houston, are you familiar with what's going on in their backfield?
So there's a guy named like Woody Marks?
Woody Marks, 4th-round pick. Do you know what Woody is short for, by the way? It's not his real name.
Woodrow?
It's short for
Woodward.
Joquavius.
Okay, Woody.
He's named Woody because he is obsessed with Toy Story.
All right.
So that's a good start. He's obsessed with Toy Story, so they call him Woody. And this is one of those, you tell me what kind of fantasy player you are. Do you go for the guy that might not be that good, but he's the only show in town? Because right now, Joe Mixon is hurt, and all accounts say that Nick Chubb looks shot. So everyone's now headed towards the 4th-round rookie. Like, well, I guess this guy is going to end up being a contributor. So Woody Marks.
All right. Woody Marks. Put him on the list. Fantasy find. Let's do it.
I typically like to fade guys like that, by the way. Lots of opportunity, but he might not be a good player.
Listen,
I usually go
the number one thing the Texans can do right now is scan the waiver wire for a running back named Buzz. That's what we need. Do it.
Absolutely.
Do it. Do it, Houston.
We need to find – there's got to be one somewhere,
Woody,
right?
Yes. Football player named Buzz. Woody and Buzz. All right, 803-0550. Sean McDermott in a moment. Also, I think we're going to introduce a new game. We've got a brand new game on the Bills based on Facebook that is unintentionally the funniest thing in the world. We'll get a couple calls in. We'll hear from Sean McDermott as well. Coming up here on WGR. And Dawkins, I mean, I've said it as many times as I ever remember to, and whether it's this or the Protector of the Year trophy or the work he does in the community or the Snowman or any of it, man, like Deion Dawkins is one of my all-time favorite people to ever come through One Bills Drive. I love him. He is such an ambassador. He's such a community asset. Deion Dawkins, and
he's at the arena like every night during the winter for Bandits and Sabres, and
just an infectious personality. Just like Josh's, left-hand man, whatever, left tackle forever, and to hear not just the thing about Dawkins, it's so interesting. There's a lot that's interesting about him, his personality, how the Bills kind of let him be that goofy side of him, but that he is such an unbelievably good left tackle. And the way that he wins, and he's just, I can't say enough about him. I think he's great.
I had a couple thoughts about him last night, which were like, as he's in the spotlight. And I thought this before. He goes on Colin Cowherd, right? He goes on some of those national shows, NFL Network a lot, Good Morning Football. That he's gonna have the popularity glow up for an offensive lineman that. Maybe not to the fullest extent that Jason Kelce had it, but isn't there always like one really famous offensive lineman at a time in the NFL that everybody knows?
Yeah, right.
Right? Like
Andrew Whitworth.
Whitworth.
Yeah.
How is that not going to be Deion Dawkins? Like this show will help that for him. All those media appearances will be that for him. He is that already here. But is he not going to be in the next couple of years, now that he's got some Pro Bowls under his belt and he's a more established, recognized one of the best offensive tackles in football, that he's going to be like the most famous lineman because of his personality? I mean, he's going to do TV one day, isn't he? Isn't he going to be on Thursday Night Football's broadcast in like 15 years?
Maybe.
Like, totally, I think, is in the cards.
Or he'll be drifting,
Or he'll be drifting.
The Kyron Williams deal. I wonder how you see that. We've talked about that quite a bit. Adam Schefter, he reported that many believe this had to happen for the Bills and Cook to finally get on the same page. Well, it happened. And we've spent a lot of time this morning highlighting the differences between the two players. Where with Cook, you have a superior runner of the football. He's a better, more explosive runner. He's just better at running it. But the Rams, what do they value? The guy that's on the field all the time. Kyron Williams doubled the snaps of Cook in their backfield. Has over 150 pass block reps.
He had 153. 107 was second in the league.
Yeah, so 50% more pass blocks than anybody else in the league at running back, and the Rams pay that $11 million. So they're very different players, but could they ultimately end up in the same neighborhood?
I think so. I don't think it's unfair. I think it's a good, reasonable price probably to land. Are we talking 10 to 12, right? Somewhere in there?
About that.
Okay, so I don't think anybody you go into this process with James Cook. Is there any Bills fan who's saying, "Oh, I don't think you should even go to 10 million"? Maybe. I guess there's a few out there. That's probably about where. I think it's getting up to 15 or higher than that people probably had an issue with. There might be some people who go, "No, you don't pay running backs at all." I get that, right? If you have that philosophy. I think because if you look at the production of him compared to Saquon and CMC, and these guys are making the big money, Derrick Henry, you say he's not on that level. He's not on the field all the time. He's not doing all of that. So he's got to be a step below. Well, where's the step below? This is the step below, right? And I think when you talk about that kind of money, then you can get creative on how you can structure the deal, where you can give him 4 years and you can push some money out. He's making $5 million this year on the cap. I think even 5.8 or something like that. You can move money around to even save money this year on the cap if you need to. That feels about right to me. I don't know. I mean, is that what the Bills feel in him? So,
yeah.
I guess the best way I'd say it is I think production-wise, that feels where he belongs. The biggest question I still have is, do the Bills themselves, though, feel that for what they're paying Josh, what they're paying these other people, that is still a player and a position that they want to go to that kind of number with a player on their roster right now?
All right, good morning from St. John Fisher, Jeremy White, and Joe DiBiase. And joining us here in our pavilion that we set up in for a couple weeks is Bills head coach Sean McDermott. Good morning. Well, we got to get you up here. Sorry about that. There you go. You got it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Great to be with you guys this morning on this beautiful summer morning in Western New York.
Yeah. It's been nice weather, and 2 more practices left. You were telling us before you came on that you're up early. What time's the workout?
I think I hit the track probably. It's not as early as it is during the season, but I think 5:30, somewhere in there.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. I've been thinking about this for a while. I just think there's a potential opportunity for like the Sean McDermott workout of the day, and you just tell Bills Mafia like this is what I'm doing today, and get everybody on your workout plan and just go for that.
I love that. Great idea. Let's do it.
Yeah, I like it.
The only challenge would be what happens on the days when I don't do it. Then I'm slacking.
Everyone be waiting for what's McDermott doing today, and then it doesn't come. Like, I guess it's my off day.
Yeah. Well, thanks for sitting with us. Couple things to get to. Any plans yet, decisions on what you're going to do for the first preseason game regarding starters? Like who might play, who might sit?
We're getting there as a staff. It's been busy planning-wise, just overall for this practice, the next practice. That's some of what we started talking about yesterday, and we'll finish that as a staff tonight. So respectfully trying to do things in the right order. I want to make sure we go through it as a staff, make sure we alert the players and communicate with them, and then we'll talk about it.
Yesterday, an off day. Any good news on the injury front? Expecting anyone back today?
Minimally. We're going to continue to ramp up Terrell Bernard and some of those guys. So not really anybody fully coming back off of that list, unfortunately. But I do feel like we're getting a little bit healthier. It's just not showing right now.
Assuming you would also be very careful with those injured guys for Saturday's preseason game?
Yes, correct. I mean, the hardest part is, some of these guys have been out for 10 days, going on 14 days, and I don't, they although they may be getting a few reps tomorrow, it's just, to me, kind of early to just throw them out there with no leash on them and let them go, and the chances of something, happening or reoccurring is just too high at that point.
Any news, any update on James Cook and whether or not you expect him out here today?
Yeah, he will not be out here today. Really nothing's changed at this point.
Okay. So getting out here to camp, it's been an off-season about new pieces on the defensive side of the football. Does that make it any different for you? New players every year, but it seemed like this year there was more of a focus on adding more pieces and maybe getting more opportunities to do different things on that side of the ball.
Well, yes. I mean, we want to be continually kind of tilling the soil, right? And defensively, this was an opportunity for us to do that, and adding the front pieces in particular have been important for us. And where what they've shown so far is promise. They really have. All three of those guys up front, TJ, Landon, and Dion, are off to great starts. They're all different players, but we're already seeing their impact, right? And really excited about the direction that they're going to go at this point. And then, unfortunately, with Max getting injured early, so he's going to be behind a little bit. There's no way around that. When he gets healthier, we'll be able to get him up to speed a little bit, and then he's just going to have to play through some things. Whether he comes back and plays corner or helps us on special teams, it'll be a little bit of a progression there.
How had you liked what he had done so far?
I did. I liked it. The speed showed up. He's incredibly conscientious, as everyone has seen since the night of the draft. Embraces the growth mindset. Really wants to be good, takes it to heart. It's important to him, and I thought he was off to a good start, and really probably, honestly, his best practice the day before, which is unfortunate because then the next practice he incurred the injury.
Is there a different technique or challenge to coaching a player that has that level of speed at that position? Because I'd imagine he probably feels like he could break on the ball any given play, and there I'm sure would be some teaching about discipline, and he's got veterans in that room, but is he any different because he actually has that advantage to his game?
Well, he's a lot faster than I am, so for me to run beside him is I'm sprinting and he's jogging, right? But no, the speed is real. The biggest thing playing defense, if you can think through this lens, is reaction, right? They're moving one direction. Can you change direction and then regain your speed? And he has the speed. The transition piece is the critical element to that. It's the connector, if you will, of going from one direction, changing that direction, getting into another direction, and then getting up to speed again. He has that speed. The change of direction is there as well. It's just grooving it over and over and over again. Like I'll bring up Mark Kelso, right? So over the years, I was a big fan of Mark Kelso, not even growing up in Buffalo, but I think one of the things that he mastered was the change of direction, the transition, getting in his break and coming out of the break, and then also the angles, the intelligence of the game. And so a lot of playing defense is not only reacting, but it's also knowing angles.
Yeah. No positives about his injury specifically, obviously, but is it comforting at all to have Tre'Davious look the way he's looked? At least if you would agree with that. Most accounts have been that he has looked very strong since coming back here.
He has, and the way he has handled Max and coming back overall, it's no surprise, but his character has shown through day in and day out, and the way he's helped lead and mentor, and yet he looks as good as he's looked in a few years now.
In our conversation with Bobby Babbage, he mentioned being a big fan of Joey Bosa going back. I'm like, I wonder what that's like, getting a player you probably watched play for a long time, be at the top of the game, and finally he's on your team and you get a chance to kind of get your hands on him and work with him. What's it been like with Bosa?
You know, we didn't interact a lot just in terms of the amount of times we played the Chargers, so getting to know him, being around him, I think that's been the cool piece of it, and not from it's Joey Bosa, but more from a Joey Bosa the person, right? I know it's not maybe what people are interested in, but he's a tremendous person that really loves football, and he takes a lot of pride in being good at what he does and trying to stay healthy as well. It's on our mind, but it's also on his mind, which is good to know in a way that he cares about it. He's doing everything he can to kind of change the narrative a little bit, if you will, and I respect that a ton.
Seems like, watching Hard Knocks and listening to Joey Bosa say spent more time with teammates in the last 6 weeks than he had in previous years. Like it seems like the whole thing coming together is about the idea of you get players, you aim for players that want to come play football and be together. And that's really what this program is about for you.
It's huge, right? That connection. When you study successful teams, it's very, very few are not connected, right? And so that connection is important for us off the field. The other night we went and had ice cream and as a team, and here's pro, NFL athletes that are, just taking time to slow down and get to know one another a little bit more, forming that connection. And it was a great time and fun to watch the guys, just stand back and watch them enjoy each other's company. And then what that does is it builds connection on the football field, right? When you know each other a little bit more, respect each other, trust one another. So it doesn't happen all at once, but inch by inch.
That ice cream place, we saw Pittsburgh Dairy. We saw it on Hard Knocks last night with Trey White and Christian Benford in the Trey Day Sunday. Did you guys watch the episode? Did you watch it? I mean, you guys are the stars of it. Are you interested in how it comes out?
I am from the standpoint of making sure that it's painting the players in the right light. I think that's important. These guys are out here working hard. They're doing it for a reason, and they know that they're a part of something bigger in Buffalo, and that's true of all players that come here, right?
Yeah.
And so, it is important to me from that standpoint. I don't really seek the camera or the microphone. You guys know that. But anyway, my job is to coach them and get them ready to go.
For me, watching it, the thing that I feel like maybe your fans are brought into is, practice. We see practice. They know about practice. What observers from the outside can't see during a practice, they can't hear you. Mm-hmm. They can't hear you talking to Josh after a throw or the technique of a player. And, of course, it probably goes without saying, but for us to, I think, get an inside look in the communication that's happening on every rep and every practice rep that's out there, it kind of drives home how valuable and how much you are working throughout these 2.5 weeks here at Fisher.
Oh, it's work nonstop. It really is. Even yesterday on the day off, players had the day off. Coaches are working, staff is working. You're planning, as I already mentioned. You're trying to get yourself and the team ready to go, paint the vision for the next X amount of days leading into the game this weekend. And then the players are working too. I know some of them took some time off, but some of those guys are spending, even healthy players, spending 2 hours in the training room, making sure they're getting treatment and keeping their bodies where they need to keep them.
The other player, there were a few players that were highlighted last night. At the beginning, there's a lot of Dion Dawkins in it. I imagine there'll be a lot of Dion Dawkins in this. Is he kind of just the perfect example of, because, from all the years, his character, and we get to see a little of that, and he's becoming a bigger star, I think, in the league because of that he is like kind of the perfect example of guys feeling comfortable being themselves here?
Huge, right? And when they know what's expected and when they know what we value, I think that bodes for that, right? Where they can open up, be their true selves, experience, really joy and having fun playing football and also being themselves. Like, I'm sure people like coming to work, feel good about when they're coming to work and they're happy and they're like, hey, this is fun, this is a good thing to be around, there's good people, I'm having fun playing football again, and I can be my real self. It's just to me it's another spark that lights the fire here for us.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott with us here on WGR. On to expectations. Like, it's another year where it's that final little bit, right, over the finish line. You're favored in every game. I know that's looking way too far ahead, but it kind of drives home expectations are about as high as they could get. Right? Like
no, is that a question or is that a statement? Or
it's kind of like a well, I feel like last year there was a good opportunity to say people think we're in transition. Sometimes teams like to lean into people don't believe in us. And I guess the question is, like, I think everybody believes in you. And is that more pressure? Is that welcomed pressure? Is that just put it aside because, hey, it's August 6th?
No, I think in 2017 that team was defined by people don't believe in us. Taking a group of players that were maybe cast-offs from other teams or maybe written off. They were Bills players but written off. And I think that team, anytime you have that, you can go on and do more than people expect. And going back to last year, that was a team that people did not expect us to win the division or go and win 13 or so games, be in the AFC Championship game. I think that says a lot about our staff, number one, and how we develop, but also what happens when you feel a part of something bigger. That said, I don't think you can live in this underdog mindset, even though, chip on your shoulder, yes, but I don't think you can live in that world, especially when you become good. I think you have to have this internal belief that, we are good, we are legitimate, and we'll see where it goes. I think you have to, within that, also be consistent day to day. Knowing if we're favored and all that type of stuff is for the outsiders to look at. But at the end of the day, we know who we are. We know who we're trying to become. And, it's going to be a journey. There's going to be some highs. There's going to be some lows.
One more thing about this season, the closing of Highmark. It's the final season in Highmark Stadium. Is that something you feel, whatever it is, a privilege to close it out this year? Do you impart that upon the players? Like, this year it's a big year. It always is a big year, but shutting down this building in style.
It's a responsibility is how I look at it. For all those that have come before us, all the great memories that have been had in that stadium, a lot of them before we arrived here in 2017, certainly a ton since we've gotten here since 2017 and up till now. It'll be emotional for all of us. Every time we take the field, including this weekend, we're creating some final memories and putting our own autograph on it. And, it is I look at it as a responsibility. I really do. And, we're getting the end of this thing. And there's a lot of people who have been with the Bills a lot longer than I've been there and we've been there. And to see them talk about and hear them talk about Highmark Stadium, it's emotional for me, and I know and I've seen it being emotional for them.
I'm sure Marv's maybe giving you some stories over the years about it.
Of course, and I grew up too in an era where I was watching the Bills in the early '90s.
Right.
So a lot of those great moments I was witnessing on television, watching it, and to be able to be a piece of it, too. That's another piece. I'm a piece of history. We're a piece of history with this stadium in the last year.
I'm excited for the season. Sean McDermott, Bills head coach. Thanks for taking the time to join us, and best of luck this year.
Thanks, guys. Great to be with you.
We'll get a break in. Jeremy and Joe live from St. John Fisher here on WGR. In Dawkins, I've said it as many times as I ever remember to, and whether it's this or the Protector of the Year trophy or the work he does in the community or the Snowman or any of it, man, like Deion Dawkins is one of my all-time favorite people to ever come through One Bills Drive. I love him. He is such an ambassador. He's such a community asset. Deion Dawkins, and
he's at the arena like every night during the winter for Bandits and Sabres, and
just an infectious personality. Just like Josh's, left hand man, whatever, left tackle forever, and to hear not just the thing about Dawkins, it's so interesting. There's a lot that's interesting about him, his personality, how the Bills kind of let him be, that goofy side of him.
Yeah.
But that he is such an unbelievably good left tackle. And the way that he wins and he's just I can't say enough about him. I think he's great.
I had a couple thoughts about him last night, which were as he's in the spotlight. And I thought this before. He goes on Colin Cowherd, right? He goes on some of those national shows, NFL Network a lot, Good Morning Football, that he's going to have the popularity glow up for an offensive lineman that maybe not to the fullest extent that Jason Kelsey had it, but isn't there always one really famous offensive lineman at a time in the NFL that everybody knows?
Yeah, right.
Right?
Andrew Whitworth.
Whitworth.
Yeah.
How is that not going to be Deion Dawkins? This show will help that for him. All those media appearances will be that for him. He is that already here. But is he not going to be in the next couple of years, now that he's got some Pro Bowls under his belt and he's a more established, recognized one of the best offensive tackles in football, that he's going to be the most famous lineman because of his personality? I mean, he's going to do TV one day, isn't he? Isn't he going to be on Thursday Night Football's broadcast in 15 years?
Maybe.
Totally, I think, is in the cards.
Or he'll be drifting,
Or he'll be drifting.
All right, good morning. We're back at St. John Fisher for Bills training camp. Practice today, 9:45. Practice tomorrow, 9:45, and then they're done, and they wrap. Jeremy and Joe, live from Fisher, training camp coverage brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. We welcome in Jerry Ostrowski and John Fino. We got you guys. We should call this the hot seat because after 9 a.m. you're just in the sun.
Yeah,
you're in the sun.
Hope you brought sunglasses.
Man, I'm just happy to be here, man.
Yeah,
this is awesome.
I'm from Arizona. This isn't sun.
A lot of offensive line, and you got to love talking about this team and this offensive line, right? Jerry, you and I have talked about it a lot. I know Deion Dawkins, one of your favorite players, and just this group altogether. So, how about just what do you got on the line this year? High expectations, right? I mean, it should be just as good as last year, if not better.
I mean, no doubt, and we talked about it the other day, Jeremy. I mean, this is a fact. How many times do you have an offensive line, not just the starting 5 come back, but the next 4 come back? 6, 7, 8, and 9 are all back on this roster. And then you've got guys that are highly, highly talented that are fighting for that last spot. So tons of competition in that room, tons of talent in that room. And, again, you know, it goes back to Aaron Kromer. He has a plan. He has theories, what he likes and doesn't like. He drafts and helps, you know, evaluations and brings those guys in, and it just kind of turns into a plug-and-play thing after they develop these players.
I'll say this. The best thing that happened to this offensive line was really taking a little bit of the burden off of Josh, opening up the run game philosophy. Right? So they do a lot more than they did just 4 short years ago. So with the talent that they have, Jerry was alluding to their athleticism,
right,
their just cohesiveness, the intelligence that goes throughout every offensive line room, we like to say.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're running so many different plays, so many bigger concept plays that it really helps them keep that front 6 off balance. You know, you don't know where they're coming from, whether it's some sort of pin and pull or zone, wide zone. They just have a great variety of plays that they run within that philosophy, and it helps considerably.
You know, the other thing they do really well is this jumbo package. So you were always, you know, there's the 6th guy who's been Alec Anderson the last couple of years. Before that, it was David Edwards. It's a way to keep your backups involved in the development of the group. So even though they're not getting every snap, although David Edwards is now, you have a guy that's involved in the game plan. He's getting plays during the game, and he's able to – it helps their development and get ready for when they have to plug him in for somebody leaving. They have experience.
It seems like everything has kind of gone right in the development here. I'm always knocking on wood when I say nice things because you never know. But, you know, Deion Dawkins, what he's developed into. Spencer Brown, his career arc. And I want to get to Connor McGovern, too. The Bills sign him and say, like, oh, he'll just be a center eventually. They slide him over there, and, like, it's great. It's all working together. So whatever they're doing, scouting and putting it all together, it seems like it's just always coming up roses with this group.
Yeah, I think having met with Aaron Kromer and talked to him for a little bit, you know, he's really smart where he's just trying to figure out what do these guys do really well and set them free. And then as far as what they're not doing as well, you know, you got to find a way to hide and cover up. Not to say that Connor McGovern isn't a great athlete and great football player. You know, I think they got, I wouldn't say lucky, right? Because they went out and got him. But they put him in a position, and they're doing things with these guys that they are good at. They're not asking them to get outside of their abilities. And frankly, it's working. And it's a really fun group to watch.
I think the other thing McGovern is kudos to the scouting department and the advanced scouting department is, you know, McGovern was the highest-rated high school center coming out his senior year before he went to Penn State. Then he goes to Penn State, plays a little center. They end up putting him at guard. And now, once again, you have a player that comes in that's multi-positional. And I think that's something you really see with this group. Other than a guy like Spencer Brown and Deion, most of those guys on the inside are multi-positional guys, can play center, can play both guards. And, you know, it's just kind of what Kromer believes in and what he does in the development of his players.
How about the athleticism of the 2 tackles feels like it's on display all the – like Dawkins, I think I've heard you talk about Dawkins kind of lining up so outside his other linemen on an island with that end. Spencer Brown's ability to roll out with Josh when he's scrambling to the right. And obviously there'd be many more examples of that. But How many options does that give them when they have two tackles that it feels like you could put anywhere on the field?
Well, it gives them a bunch of options. I'll let John speak on this here in a second because that's what he played. But I think the biggest thing with those two is it's, again, Cromer's style of coaching and allowing them to do what they do well and what they're comfortable with as opposed to forcing them into a certain technique situation. You know, the other thing is I don't want people to kind of just hang their hat on these two dudes are athletic.
Yeah.
They're rugged too. I mean, they are physical players. They have it all. This is a tandem that has everything that you need to be successful out there. And I know John can speak on that as much as me.
It's funny when you watch two tackles on the same team that have totally opposite technique, right? Spencer Brown, aggressive set, disciplined technique. Dion, all he says is, he's talking to my son, just get to your spot. I don't care how you get there. And I tell people all the time, watch the result. Just don't look from the waist down because Dion's feet, I don't know what he's doing out there. The truth is both of them are great athletes. Both of them can move. That's why you get such a diverse running game. I don't know. I mean, I'm not even sure who the coordinator is, whether it's Cromer and Brady, you know, putting together the run scheme. I like what Jerry was talking about, the way they run that heavy package. They line up the guys so that the tight end, Alec Anderson, is on a big guy at the end of the line, and it frees up Dawson Knox or Dalton Kincaid to go after that second-tier guy who's generally more athletic. So you're matching type for type, and we're getting the big guy up front.
And it ties in with what James Cook does so well, which is patient zone running, getting behind blocks. And when you put an Alec Anderson out there next to Dion or next to Spencer Brown, they just absolutely collapse that end. And now all of a sudden C-gap, which is that gap between the tight end and the tackle, is all the way down, mashed inside by where the center is, and allows, you know, Cook that vision, patience, and then hop back behind that stuff. And that's where he gets most of his big runs.
A round table here on the offensive line. Jerry Ostrowski and John Fina joining us of the Overreaction podcast. You guys talk a lot together. John, I want to get your thoughts on Dawkins. You know, Jerry and I have talked about this quite a bit. You said, like, his feet might not be, like, the most technically whatever that you might want. I think, Jerry, you once told me you would never tell someone to play like Dawkins, right?
Yeah, he's kind of like Rod Carew in baseball. Don't emulate his batting stance.
Don't do what he does. But, John, why does Dawkins have so much success doing it the way that he does?
Well, first of all, he can compensate for anything that Jerry and I would have never done, right? His feet are all over the place. He's got them backwards half the time. But he gets to his point, and his body position is so good, and he's massive, and he's strong. And he takes on the bull rush with a little bit of tip of his upper body, gets his hands extended. He's good at distracting with that left hand. I don't know if you guys have ever seen in pass pro, he kind of waves at him like he's on the Titanic saying goodbye at the pier. You know, he does a lot of creative things at the position. And if you watch him from the waist up, he's solid. He's always ready. His hands are in the right place. He's a great position player from the waist up, but his feet get him to where he goes.
Right.
So I got no criticism.
Yeah.
I just couldn't do it myself.
You know, by D-end alignment, each tackle has a spot they got to get to win in pass pro. Dion does it his way, which is he manipulates his width of alignment and then is more vertical, where Spencer Brown is your traditional drive catch phase tackle. He's going to drive out to get to that spot. So two different techniques, but they both work really well.
I always played a little bit more like Dion, right? I was going to come a little bit vertical and then let the defensive end declare what he was going to do, inside, outside, bull. And then I could find the spot that way. Spencer is taking the fight to you at about 2.5, 3 yards, right, with that hard set. So for me, I never liked that because you miss on that, and then you're in a world of hurt. I always felt like if I could get back and just kind of key on that inside shoulder, I could react and at least, you know, drive a guy inside. I didn't need to stone him at the line.
Right. I guess in layman's terms, you could say that Spencer forces the issue, where Dion is much more. I hate to use the word passive because how he plays is not passive, but he doesn't force the issue as much. He allows the DN to do things and then takes them where they want to go.
A little bit more patient.
Yeah, patient.
It almost kind of sounds like he plays line the way – remember the way Stevie Johnson used to talk about the way he'd play receiver, where he had a spot to get to and he would tell his quarterback, like, don't worry about how I get there.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to get there differently than someone else's, but I'm going to get to that spot by the end of it, by the end of the route. Interior line, we talked a little about McGovern there. What do you guys see from Osiris Torrance going into his third year?
I mean, you've got a ton of things you can't coach. I mean, you've got a big man. I mean, a brawling guy, strong, puts his hands on you, finishes blocks. Tremendous player for being, going into his third year. I think this is going to be the year for him that really sets his career path, because now he knows he can do it physically. He's done it physically for 2 years. Now all the intricacies of O-line play, understanding where I can't get beat, understanding, what I have to do, body positions, where my teammates are going to be. That stuff now becomes second nature. And I think it's going to be a huge year for him. And if he stays healthy, again, like Jeremy said earlier, you talk about guys, you knock on wood, but he's going to get rewarded very well when this whole thing's over.
James Cook is going to miss out on practice again today. And I wonder about linemen on this, right? Like the Bills' offensive line, cohesive unit, and they're plowing the road for James Cook, who is the number one back. He's their best back. I'm thinking back to when Barkley was thinking about going for the 2,000 yards and all that. They said that's a lineman stat. If his lineman wanted him to play, he should maybe play. What I'm getting at, John, how about on Cook? Like, how do you feel like the linemen are feeling in this moment? Like, hoping he gets this deal done, hoping he's back, because he had a great year for them. He kind of helps them get the recognition that they deserve by getting 16 touchdowns, by getting those breakaways, and having the year that he does. So, like, how are the linemen likely feeling about this Cook situation?
Let me jump in my time machine and tell you what John Feener from 1995 would say. I don't care. Like, we are the type of unit we are. I think what we're looking at is how can we get Frank Gore better? How about the third and fourth? We want, like, remember when Jonathan Linton came in and we were like, you're our guy right now, right? So we're like, because we're a little bit, now it's different with social media, but that group was very much like this tight little knit, cohesive family. Now, we took bloody bite-sized chunks out of each other in the meeting room, but we were like, hey, man, jump on board, whoever it is. And as far as all that contract stuff goes, and I know James at practice said it's business. Frankly, it's business. And the guys aren't going to – I think if you have any feelings about that, you aren't going to let them know, because that just creates a wedge, right?
Yeah.
And you're all about sticking together. He's out today. We're bringing another guy in. We'll get you some reps. We'll take care of you.
Honestly, it doesn't change anything we do. They're going to still call 24-25. They're going to call 14 and 15, whether he's behind us or not. We still got to do our job. If we don't do our job, we're going to get our ass chewed in meetings.
That's right.
It's pretty much that cut and dry. So if you're worried about him and you're worried about all these other people, it's taken away from what you need to do. So, and the other thing is this, and it's been talked about a lot. Well, the only reason he's had the success he's had is because he's run behind this offensive line. That also goes the other way. I mean, these two groups are very in tune. James Cook's in tune with what they do, and vice versa. So they both complement each other very well. It's like we talked about the other day, Jeremy, on the Bill Squad show. If he's not playing, they're going to have to change some things up front with what they do.
Yeah, changing, and that's maybe the question I asked is more a question for Joe Brady. Like, the offensive linemen, they're going to do what, hey, tell me what to do, I'm going to do my job. But Joe Brady has to change his job if Cook is not back there.
Right. Oh, there's no doubt. It was just like when we used to block for Rob Johnson or Doug Flutie or Jim Kelly. I mean, when you played for Flutie, a lot of times you just listened for the crowd noise. And it was like a fireworks show. When you heard the, oh, or ooh, yeah, you knew you better lock on and run because little man was doing all kinds of acrobatics behind you. So you get a feel for players and how they play and what they like to do. So, yeah, I mean, but as far as him not practicing, it doesn't change what we do. We still got a job, and whether it's Ray Davis, Ty Johnson, Gore, Hamler, it doesn't matter.
Or the quarterback. I mean, you just brought up some quarterback examples there, and Josh is going to take off and run a lot. I feel like whenever I think of the line staying together, it's, their continuity with each other,
right,
which there's a ton of for this year from past seasons. But all those guys have also blocked for Josh before, and I'm sure you could speak. There would be some adjusting to having a quarterback like that if you had never played with someone that can run like Josh before.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, Josh is going to keep plays alive, so you have to stay alive and you have to keep moving your feet and staying on blocks. But, man, I just wish we didn't play 17 games in the league, because if I was the OC and we had like 12 like a college season, and we'd be running quarterback counter, quarterback draw, quarterback power, quarterback lead. I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care who was behind. We'd be 17, be the leading rusher.
It's kind of a luxury, though, right? I mean, we love Jim Kelly. Don't get us wrong, right? But he wasn't fleet of foot. He wasn't going to leave that pocket too quickly. But man, they could bail you out a little bit. The worst part, though, guys. You're holding your block. You got this great block going, and all of a sudden the quarterback kind of leaks up, right between the guard tackle or center guard, and your guy just falls off and makes a sack right there. And people are like, "You gave him a sack," and I'm like, "I didn't give up." You know what?
Yeah, right.
Is that harder than when he takes off through the line and then you get caught holding? When the lineman tries to turn the other way?
I don't know, bro. I started for 9 years. I only had 7 holding penalties.
I don't think I ever held.
I don't know.
I never held.
No, you know why? Because those guys don't understand leverage and momentum. They have no clue what they're looking at.
No, but it's different styles. I mean, I remember Jim coming in the huddle going, "I need just 2 more seconds. 2 more seconds, guys."
And we're like,
I don't think Josh ever says that.
That's like 8 seconds.
2 seconds is a lot, right?
Yeah,
2
that's
seconds
a lot.
is a lot. As you guys look forward to this season, Jerry Ostrowski, John Fino, is there a defensive line matchup you think you worry about? Is there a team like the Bills and the Chiefs are going to be back at it again? We talked to Carrington Harrison about the Chiefs yesterday, and he said everybody's back. The Chiefs defense is just back. Is that group a problem for this offense? They get their points. In the trenches, do you feel like that's a bad matchup? Is it Baltimore? Is there anybody that, when you look at the matchups, you think, that's a tough test? The Jets used to be this for the Bills a couple years, right? That they would always kind of have their trouble with the Jets. Deion's got that rivalry with the Jets. I don't know if there's any other team you think about.
Our group up front, I'm very comfortable with them blocking anybody's defensive line. I'm not worried about that. Now, you got individual guys like Chris Jones. You got Quentin
Williams.
Quentin Williams. Some of those guys are they're going to make their plays because they're so good. Where I think we have some issues sometimes is when teams do a really good job of run stunning and bringing linebackers and stuff into the run game, as far as instead of playing gaps and doing different things, they're moving at the snap of the ball, trying to create penetration, bounce stuff to guys that are unblocked. I think if we have some issues with some things like that, but as far as any group in the league, I'm comfortable with us blocking anybody.
I agree with Jerry, and I think another tall task for really any NFL team, offensive line now, it used to be there were 1 or 2 guys that were studs on the defensive front 4. And now, and because of that, you could scheme a little bit with your protections and your formations, so you're trying to get doubles on Chris Jones, right? Center guard here, guard tackle there on a specific play. But the talent level, I think, is such that it's really hard to isolate a guy. So I think part of that, greater success against the Chiefs, getting just that one more touchdown, which is really all we need, right, is figuring out a way with alignment, philosophy, motion, and things of that to try to neutralize him a little bit more. It's a tall task, but, I don't think they're the Eagles' front 6 or 7.
Right. Jerry Ostrowski and John Fino. Where can people find you guys talking all the time? Where do people go?
Well, you can come to the Overreaction Buffalo podcast on YouTube, download it on any of your platforms. And I'm on Twitter, X, at John Fina. I'm on Instagram at JohnFina70. And, I like to – you say something funny and you might get a decent comment in your section. I enjoy it.
On Twitter at Ostrowski_Big O. I'm on Instagram. I can't remember what it is. It's like Oski something.
Oski, that's what it is. Oski.
And, of course, on the Overreaction Pods with John and Joe, and then also with you on Bill's Squad with Joe Marino. And, man, this has been awesome. I'm excited to be here. I appreciate you guys having us on. Jeremy, good to meet you. Good to see you.
Yeah.
We know each other, but the first time in person.
Hey, look at that beard.
I know.
It's handsome.
But see, you see the logo on his pullover? They got a story out now. The girls on the Jersey Shore are going around and they're looking at the guys, their logos on their shirts to see what country club it is.
Oh,
and then they're making their hit list by the country club.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
Well,
so see, he got the country club.
This is an old sandwich pullover. Yeah. It was a nice course.
Very quickly, finally at the stadium, you guys have over 200 starts between the two of you. Do you have a favorite moment that comes right to mind that stands out, or are there too many to single them out?
There are dozens, if not hundreds, but beating the Chiefs AFC Championship game in January of '94, that was pretty sweet.
I had that game pulled up because you guys are coming on. I pull up your stats pages. You had a target in that game. I don't know why.
Well, I'll tell you why.
It's on the play-by-play.
Now,
Was it just a throwaway?
Now, he did catch it. No, it was a batted ball probably that he caught and tried to run.
No,
okay.
No.
And then all the killer bees came over and smashed him.
It was goal line. I ran a flat route, and it was just out of my reach,
Okay.
I like to say, but it probably goes down as a drop.
Yeah.
But I'm 1 for 2 with a touchdown. Jerry's got a fumble recovery for a touchdown. Between us, 12 points, baby.
John's the original Alec Anderson. But he actually ran routes and caught the ball.
All right, here's a great story, though, and I need to find this highlight again. Thurman Thomas is running around the right side. He trips, Turf Monster, thinks somebody tackled him, and he puts the ball down. And the referee, nobody blows a whistle, and I'm like, that ball might still be alive. So I start shuffling over, and then I pick up the ball and I run. I get 7 yards and then get tackled. They blow it down.
Which game is this?
I don't know. It was 95, 96.
Okay.
We were going away from the tunnel on the visitor side.
And if you ever get the ball on offense, the worst part is not the defensive lineman tackling you. It's all the receiver, or the DB. It's like killer, just coming in. It's just. That's the most awful part.
So Anthony Smith tips Jim Kelly's hand on a pass play, and the ball, there's a photograph of me taking the ball this out of the air, and I run straight down the center of the field.
I remember that.
It's I'm about 12, 13 yards I got. Derek Hoskins, I'll never forget his name, the safety from the Raiders, hits me so hard, and I got up and I tried to act all cool, and I'm kind of running back to the huddle, a little tear coming out. I'm I'm never touching that thing again, man. Not until the next time.
You get that ball, and it's just one track that way.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
As fast as possible.
Yes.
All right. Jerry Ostrowski, John Fina here at training camp. Enjoy practice today, gentlemen.
We will.
Thanks so much for the time.
Thanks
Appreciate
for
you guys.
having us,
Thanks very much.
All right, we'll get a break in and wrap things up before heading off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR. That Kyron Williams signed his contract extension with the Los Angeles Rams, and there have been many who thought these two would be in the same kind of bucket, the same tier. Adam Schefter even went so far as to say many in the league thought this deal had to happen first, and that might pave the way for the Bills and Cook to finalize their deal. Diana Rossini tweeted and reported that Cook's sitting out of 2 practices was indeed an effort to get it across the finish line because they are close. So now I've got Diana Rossini, Adam Schefter, and Tom Pelissero. I've got multiple networks, multiple reporters saying it is not that far apart. And Rossini going so far as to say he's out to try and get it closed, which, you might not agree with the strategy, but that's somebody has told Diana Rossini that, or it's her takeaway that that's the case. So we'll see.
It'll be interesting to me if he signs for a number around that, because that's a number I've believed he wouldn't sign for. That sounds like the number the Bills had been offering.
Maybe.
Just as a hunch. I don't know. They could have been offering 8 for all I know. But around $11 million per year.
Yep.
Whenever we've guessed at what they could be at, I feel like haven't we kind of landed on the Bills are probably at 10 or 11 and Cook's at 15?
Yeah, we've kind of even said, well, I don't agree. I don't think Cook's at 15. I think that's just a tweet. That's a tweet from months ago.
But then maybe that would imply the Bills would be lower than that, because
for sure.
Because if they're at 11 and he's at 15, what is he at 13?
He might be at 12.
And this whole thing being over $2 million just seems like that'd be crazy.
But it could be $2 million guaranteed. Is it? Because Kyron Williams got $23 million guaranteed, so $33 million and $23 guaranteed.
Yep.
Maybe the deal's close and the Bills are at $19 guaranteed and he's at $23 guaranteed.
Yep.
So it's ultimately $2 million to the middle, but $4 million apart, and it's just on that.
If that's it, though, is he holding in?
I don't know. Diana Rossini, her report is that
that could be the case.
That's it. That it's close.
That it is close, and that he would do this even with it being close.
Yep. And Dawkins, I've said it as many times as I ever remember to, and whether it's this or the Protector of the Year trophy or the work he does in the community or the Snowman or any of it, man, Deion Dawkins is one of my all-time favorite people to ever come through One Bills Drive. I love him. He is such an ambassador. He's such a community asset, Deion Dawkins. And
he's at the arena every night during the winter for Bandits and Sabres.
And just an infectious personality, just
Josh's, left-hand man, whatever, left tackle forever. And to hear not just, the thing about Dawkins, it's so interesting. There's a lot that's interesting about him, his personality, how the Bills kind of let him be, that goofy side of him.
Yeah.
But that he is such an unbelievably good left tackle. And the way that he wins and he's just I can't say enough about him. I think he's great.
I had a couple thoughts about him last night, which were as he's in the spotlight. And I thought this before. He goes on Colin Cowherd, right? He goes on some of those national shows, NFL Network a lot, Good Morning Football, that he's going to have the popularity glow up for an offensive lineman that maybe not to the fullest extent that Jason Kelce had it, but isn't there always one really famous offensive lineman at a time in the NFL that everybody knows?
Yeah, right.
Right?
Andrew Whitworth.
Whitworth.
Yeah.
How is that not going to be Deion Dawkins? This show will help that for him. All those media appearances will be that for him. He is that already here. But is he not going to be in the next couple of years, now that he's got some Pro Bowls under his belt and he's a more established, recognized one of the best offensive tackles in football, that he's going to be the most famous lineman because of his personality? I mean, he's going to do TV one day, isn't he? Isn't he going to be on Thursday Night Football's broadcast in 15 years?
Maybe.
Totally, I think, is in the cards.
Or he'll be drifting,
Or he'll be drifting.
All right, wrapping up. Had a couple things. We'll have to save the Bills Facebook game till tomorrow. I can't wait to play this Bills Facebook game. Maybe even Friday.
It's ridiculous.
In studio. It's such a fun game we're going to start playing. The Bruins have released new uniforms.
They have.
Yeah, great. And they did the thing. I'm coining the phrase. They Bruinsed. This is Bruinsing. The Bruins are the number one team that's look at these new uniforms. What's different? A stripe? Nothing's different. Every 3 years, oh, wow. And, of course, what do you have to say? What are you supposed to say? New uniforms? Wow, so clean. It's clean. It's so clean, this It's the same uniform all the time.
So, from looking at their uniforms last year, I cannot...
It's like one of those...
And sometimes I'll fight you on, okay, this is a little bit different, and I like that. This is, I can't find the difference.
It's like a game at the bar where you're supposed to circle the 5 differences. You have to stare at it.
But this one isn't even there's no piping difference. There's no shoulder difference. There's no logo difference. I don't know what it is.
They should lose a draft pick.
This one looks like it is exactly the same. Although, actually, you know what? No, it was the road jersey last year. I don't know. I can't tell you.
A team should release its current jersey with a tweet that says, check out our new look this year.
I think the Bruins may have just done that.
It's like an accident.
I think the Bruins may have just done that.
It's nonsense. I can't wait for the rivalry series. We are 22 days away from the Bills' rivalries jerseys being released.
You are really hyping you're setting your own expectations very high for these.
I'm telling you right now, I know I'm going to get.
It's going to be hard to live up to it.
I'm going to get one. And you know what I'm going to get? I'm going to get Deion Dawkins.
That's a great jersey.
I'm going to get Deion Dawkins. I told my wife last night, I'm like, I got to get his jersey. I might have to wait till he retires because I don't really have active players anymore. I don't do active players. But as soon as he retires.
He could retire tomorrow and it would still be a great jersey.
Yes.
Isn't he not already on the Mount Rushmore of Bills linemen?
You know, we should ask John and Jerry O.
That probably actually would have been a good time to do that. I said earlier, like, hey, he could very well be the best lineman in Bills history. He's going to have – someone tweeted at me about Joe DeLamielleure. He was a 5-time All-Pro for the Bills, is in the Hall of Fame, was on the All-70s decade team. Yeah. Not saying Deion still couldn't do it, but
that's a big
he might want to toss some All-Pros in there along the way.
Right.
Which that's going to happen, right? He has never been an All-Pro. Would you not bet that he's going to be an All-Pro at some point?
It's really tough to beat the guys there's only one. You got to beat the guys at the top.
Even give me second team at least. Yeah. Who's at the top now? Who's the best left tackle in the AFC? He can do it.
Well, that's just AFC, NFL.
All right, so
is it Lane Johnson?
Trent Williams. Well, Lane Johnson's a right tackle, so Trent Williams is the guy in the way, maybe.
Tristan Wirfs. He's hurt this year.
He could beat Tristan Wirfs out. And Trent Williams is old. This is the time. Dawkins first team All-Pro this year.
We're back here tomorrow for another day of training camp, the final day of training camp. That's tomorrow here from St. John Fisher. Our thanks to Sean McDermott, Jerry Ostrowski, John Fina, Sal Capaccio, Sal Mariano. Had a big show today, and hope to close out with a big one tomorrow. We'll talk with Bills and Sabres COO Pete Gwelly. He'll come sit with us. We got a bunch of questions on the stadium and wrapping up camp and all that. So we're back tomorrow. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is next here on WGR.